All right, Inner Circle family. Now, as always, I'm going to do a quick mic check first. So just want to make sure that everyone can hear me loud and clear. So please type into the Discord chat that you can hear me loud and clear, Dana. Okay. Yes, we can hear you. Okay, good. Now, who is ready for today's ultra high ticket closer class? Let's see some engagement in the chat. I see some yeses. Me, I'm ready. Okay, good. Well, without further ado, let me bring on your first instructor of today, Rich J.
Inner Circle family, what's going on? This is a quick mic check. Can everybody hear me clearly? See in the chat here.
Yes.
Wow, we got a lot of people here. See
Loud and
Adam,
clear.
William, good to see you guys. How many of you guys are excited about tonight's topic? All right. All right, we've got a lot to cover tonight. And actually, I have a very, very special surprise, I should say, for you guys. We have none other than two rock stars that have really demonstrated extreme leadership in the area of account management. So we are extremely excited to bring them on board. And we'll get to that very quickly in just one moment. But before we do that, I just want to ask you guys, how many of you guys have been practicing your ultra high ticket closer skill set? Some. Bogdan says practicing. That's great. Adam's got another closing call soon. This is great. So tonight, the topic is around account management. And this is yet another powerful skill set that all of you guys can add on to the ultra high ticket closer skill set. And it's very complementary. And the title of our class is actually quite fitting. We call it the keys to attaining a high share of wallet with your clients. Now, for those of you who have no idea, maybe this is a new term for you, but high share of wallet is something we're going to talk about in a little bit. It's actually a very specific term to industries where they're closing large dollar amounts for companies. So we'll talk a little bit about that. And without further ado, I'd really like to bring in our instructors. So let's take a look at the next slide. Some of you guys may recognize these rock stars. We have Stephanie Lorty and Rafael Valdivia tonight. And really, I can't say this enough. I got to bring these guys out because these two individuals are literally the boots on the ground, the guys that have really contributed and helped our Closers.com business grow and thrive and flourish, even amongst these very uncertain times. So for both of them, Stephanie and Rafael, they have managed multiple accounts across, I would say, over 10 different industries. And each of these accounts are bringing in thousands and thousands of dollars every month, if not tens of thousands of dollars every month. So I just want to give a warm welcome to Stephanie and Rafael. You guys want to unmute and say hello?
Wow, what an intro. Thank you, Rich. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to be a co-instructor with you and Rafael for this UHTC class.
Excellent. And before we cut Rafael over for the mic here, I just want to mention that Stephanie is actually our delivery team leader. She manages all of Closers.com services delivery. She's actually going to be sharing you some insider secrets on how she was able to deliver services so seamlessly to all of her clients during these last few months, especially. So you get to hear straight from some of these case studies, and I think you guys will really enjoy that and be able to apply that immediately to driving some of the growth and the relationships for your clients. So thank you, Stephanie. Rafael, you want to say hi to everybody?
Hello, Inner Circle family. How are you guys doing?
Raphael
Well,
is such a rock star. And Raphael, tell us a little bit about your most recent projects here. I know for those of you who don't know Raphael already, he has his hands in many different pockets. But I would say Raphael's our program director of programs here for HTC. So he's actually doing multiple things and contributing greatly to the development of Danlock education. So Raphael, you want to add to that a little bit?
I don't know if I can top that introduction, man. I mean, you you already did it very well. It's hard to do it, but yeah, I've been working very hard, like many of you guys, and it's been a tremendous pleasure to be part of this incredible community. It's very hard to find anything like that. I'd never seen anything like this anywhere, and I've taken every program I think in the world. I don't know, but it's been a great pleasure for me. I've been doing just about everything that Sihu has put out for us, and managing teams as well, closing myself, and then managing different projects for Sifudan, and I'm very happy. I'm very happy to be with you here, Rich, and with Stephanie.
Super excited. Like I said to you guys here in the chat, I'm super humbled to have both of these guys on. Actually, both Stephanie and Raphael played a critical role probably around the time of December, January. We had a lot of interesting challenges crop up with our closing accounts. And so some of those stories are going to be revealed tonight in this class. I want you guys to keep your eyes peeled, especially for those of you who are here experiencing the night schedule here with us. Keep your eyes peeled, keep your ears open. We're going to share with you a lot of the learned lessons in managing and also working with clients and furthering our ability to build trust really with the community. Okay, and also I just want one more thing. Raphael is actually also managed a number of accounts as well himself as a client success manager. So Raphael, I'm looking forward to some of the stories we're going to hear from the dialogue further down in the class today.
Of course, we're gonna talk about all the horror stories, guys. So you don't have to leave them as painfully as we did. Maybe you can avoid a few mistakes, right, Steph?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Now,
Awesome.
you guys, before we get started here, there's this term I've been floating around just on the title slide, and also you guys have probably heard of it somewhere. But let's go ahead and go over to the next slide. But it's called share of wallet. And before we get started here, I just want to, I mean, Raphael, just as an example here, what if I were to ask you, hey, could I have a share of your wallet? How much money would you give me if I asked you if I could have a share of your wallet?
Tough question, man. With these tough times, let me think 1 second. In times of Corona, $100.
$100? That's
Yeah.
it? After all I've done for you in the last couple of months?
I was pretty generous, man.
Come on, man.
Times are tight. Times are tight.
Okay, so clearly you're saving part of your wallet for other people and other things.
Maybe some for Stephanie. I don't know.
Oh
So
yeah.
how much are you going to give Stephanie?
The double, please. The triple, more.
No, I'm gonna keep it $100. $100 because I love you guys the same. That's why.
The same. He doesn't want to play any favoritism here tonight. Okay, I get it.
That's fair. That's fair.
So let me ask you guys here in the chat, how many of you guys from a sales perspective have heard of the term share of wallet? It's actually, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm looking here, most people are saying no. I know a lot of you guys are really invested in learning the art of the close and also closing and sales. You won't hear this very frequently unless you are managing large clients for companies that are a little bit larger. So what I wanted to do tonight is share with you this term because this term actually will put you in kind of a frame of mind where you're thinking about how much your clients are spending with you. Let me say that one more time. You're gonna get a piece of the I guess the ultra high ticket mindset in terms of how much you're thinking about how much your clients are spending with you versus spending with other people. Okay, so if you do a quick search on the internet, you'll find this term, share of wallet, and I'm sure you guys can do that. Next slide here, Raphael will show them. The simple definition is really the amount that a customer regularly spends on a particular brand rather than to the other competing brands, okay? So it could be same category. Shang is asking in the same category or different categories. It could be the same category. It just depends on how you want to classify it. The reason I bring this to you is because I used to work for a company called Dell Computer. They make laptops, they do servers, they have services as well. I worked for their corporate sales division. And I wasn't a salesperson back then. I was more of an analyst. So I did a lot of projects around process improvement and things. So I got to see the inner workings of Dell's corporate sales. And this happened to be one of their most frequently mentioned metrics in terms of classifying accounts. Okay, so to give you an example, they would divide up their clients into 3 categories. One category would be called retention. Okay, that's a category where the clients are spending a large portion of their wallet, and we're talking about a wallet, like their budget for IT spend, a large portion of that is spent with Dell. Like we're talking 50% or more of their IT budget, and this is in hundreds of millions of dollars. So we had large government accounts, we had accounts like Boeing and other large industrial accounts as well. So think of retention accounts as a group of accounts that is characterized by a high percentage share of wallet, right? Then you also have what we call development accounts. Development accounts are clients that are really spending some money with us, but there's a potential to get that number up, right? The amount of dollars and also the percentage that they're spending of that theoretical wallet up. Okay, so those are development accounts. And then we also have another category called acquisition accounts. And those are really guys that are just dabbling, with Dell. They really only bought maybe a handful of laptops from us, and they are a large company, but they're just not spending too much. They're spending anywhere from 5 to 7% of their tech budget with us. Does that make sense, everybody? You guys are getting a little bit of idea of like share of wallet, right? So today, and I'll tell you why this is so important, is because when we think about managing, and we're not thinking HTC anymore, we're thinking ultra high ticket closing. So I'm assuming you guys are going to be closing for larger companies. I'm going to assume that you guys are going to be closing larger deals, right? So this is just one of the terms that you'll hear that represents how well or how trusted you are with your client. Does everybody agree with that? A level of trust, a level of relationship? Yeah. So if we move on, this is kind of why we look at share of wallet and why I want to bring it up to you guys today. If you take a look at the next slide here, that really, when we look at share of wallet, the reason why you want to pay attention to it is really, it tells you whether or not you are spending, whether or not your client is actually spending a lot with you, right? Whether or not you can sell maybe multiple products for them. And what we'll do is we'll kind of start slotting you into the frame of mind that maybe you want to have a closing team that closes for one client, okay? So imagine that if you were one closing team for this client, it's quite possible they could have multiple sales teams, right? You might not be the only one out there. So imagine that your client has a level of trust that allows them to spend more with your team. In other words, reward your team more than other teams, right? So that would be an increased rate of compensation that you could charge your clients. Now that's an example where I'm talking about you running a sales team for a client. In the case of our BA accounts, that's kind of what we're going to talk about today, but that's not the only thing. It also applies to, let's say one day you guys are on an enterprise sales team selling software, right? You're selling, virtualization software or enterprise Zoom packages, GoToMeeting, things like that. You're also talking about the amount that you can actually be compensated, or the amount that your clients are going to buy from you, right? So a total dollar amount. Now, in addition to that, we're talking about range of products. And if your client trusts you, there's a certain level of trust there. Will your clients buy other products from you? Okay. Will your clients buy more per order from you? Right, naturally, right? So these are all metrics that are tied to share of wallet. So I wanted to bring this definition and also this term to you. So we start thinking about building trust and building out a higher percentage of spend, right? When your clients are working with you, okay? So take a look at the next slide. You can also take a look at this from a strategy perspective, right? When you start talking about serving large clients, and how do you differentiate between good accounts and maybe bad accounts or medium potential accounts? You can actually slice it across 2 dimensions, just like we've seen before in some of the other classes. This is just another matrix. How many of you guys remember what a cash cow is? Can somebody very quickly in maybe 3 or 4 words tell me what a cash cow is? Oh, look at that. William's got the emojis down. Makes money consistently. That's right, Aaron. It's kind of an account or a client that's there that is consistent with revenues, right? And you don't really have to do too much to it, and those revenues keep coming in. Now, when we talk about share of wallet, it's almost like a microcosm, like zooming in on these accounts and taking a look. It's the same kind of matrix. On one axis, you've got the lifetime value. That's how much a client potentially could purchase from you over a longer period of time, right? And then you also are along the x-axis there, we talk about share of wallet. That's the percentage of their wallet allocated to buying from you, okay? So when you look at this from a strategic perspective, you might want to take a look. Hey, some of these accounts, they are maybe high share of wallet, but they have a low potential for growth. And that's what we mean by kind of a cash cow type of account. Does that make sense? You also have other ones where you've got that same large share of wallet, but they have a high potential for growth, right? They're growing rapidly. They're in a market that's more blue ocean, and those would be your stars, right? Okay. So all we're saying here, we don't want to get too bogged down by definitions or how we calculate share of wallet necessarily, but what I want to share with you is there are ways to look at this from a more corporate and more enterprise level, as you guys are going to go into closing for larger accounts and larger deal sets, is to look at this from a strategic perspective and classify those clients according to their potential and the ones that you really want to work on. Okay. All right, let's see. Moving to bridging the gap between the idea of share of wallet and also account management, because we talked about account management here, right? And that's why we have these 2 rock stars here with us. I'm going to read this testimonial, and this is from a client that we had at closers.com. Gentleman's name is Florian for a company called Global Invest. He says, thanks to the collaboration with high qualified closers, we closed 180K in Canadian dollars within 2 months instead of 6 months. I recommend closers.com to accelerate your growth. They helped me build my internal team and a marketing team in more than 3 countries. Is this an account that has a high level of trust with us or a low level of trust with us at this point? It's pretty high. That's pretty high. And so I have to give credit to Stephanie, because this is a French speaking account. And this is also an account that Stephanie leads and manages. Stephanie, you want to comment on Florian's account for us so that everybody here in the chat can understand the amount of work that was put in around account management for Global Invest?
Definitely. When we started, it was not the same picture, the same structure. Anything was built to be that successful as it is today. It was a long journey, a lot of experience and learning that I went through. It's really a good account that we, as you know, the trust that we built together is really high, and it's who in the chat here actually would like to hear all the secrets to get to that point of trust with your client. Just put in the chat who wants to learn the secret.
I think for most of these guys, Stephanie, like, you know, all of the ones that are here tonight, they're certainly the rock stars, the cream of the creme de la creme. Is that what they say in French?
Creme de la creme, yes.
I think so, right? They're probably pretty good at closing already. I already see some of our rock stars in here already. Probably what they haven't seen yet is how much effort goes in after the close. And I think that's something that you're going to share with us tonight, right?
Absolutely, yes. We're going to go through that. And this is really important what we're going to share tonight because to get to that point and to have access to this high share of wallet, there's many steps that you have to consider. And actually, we're going to first tell you what is an account manager. We can go to the next slide, actually, Rich. Yes, this is for the account management. This is why an account manager is really important and a key role in an account because his principal responsibility is really to understand the client on the short, but also the long-term goals. It's really to coordinate between sales, marketing, client, or even other department that is in the company on this account, in the organization. And really the mission is to grow and improve the client's account with strategy and seeing opportunities it can be by looking at data or many more. It's really all your work, communication, all those points that will help you to get to those level of trust that you can eventually upsell, cross-sell many solutions to the client. Without forgetting the most critical one, I will say it's build that trust and a long-term relationship with this client, actually. This is really important, and we're going to talk about that more during the class, but this is what an account manager, so far, what it is. It's important.
I wanted to add to that, Stephanie, too, is
yeah.
Sometimes it's a difficult bridge for those of us out there who are kind of closing and maybe leading a few accounts to understand the importance of account management. It almost sounds like it's a completely different world. And would you say it's completely different from closing itself and the closing activities? How would you describe that?
I will say, as a closer, I'm sure many of you actually may notice. I'm curious to see, like, if some of you, I've noticed in your closing activities some way to improve maybe the current process, or maybe it can be so simple. It can be like you notice a grammar orthograph error on the landing page. It can be practice. It can be documentation. I'm sure one of you have experienced that in your account as a closer. And this is a way that you start to build your awareness about what can be improved and to see what you can do and how you can add value to this client to make this account even better and even successful. It's really to be aware of those details, that this little tweak can change totally the dynamic, the account and the performance. It improves a lot. And starting with this awareness can bring you easily to that, I mean, you start to look further and further in other details, and you start to compile your information to the point that you start communicating more with the client, and it brings you to a position that the trust start to build. And I will say it can start really as a closer. That's how I start, noticing how we can improve and work together with a client.
Can everybody see here that this is a shift in mentality and mindset from transactional behavior of the closer mindset to a relationship-based mindset? Okay, it's not about just closing that one sale anymore, is it? Okay. Yeah, this is what UHTC is all about. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And it's also to think about the long-term success, because as a closer, usually, as you just mentioned, sometimes you're focused on your one call you're gonna have in your calendar, you want to close that deal, but sometimes it's to see the long-term vision and to understand also the client, because he has a vision, he has goals, and it's to really participate in that success and how it can be profitable for everyone, actually, for the future. It's constantly to see how you can improve the performance. You can start planning the process to map out opportunity, adding value by identifying problems, offering creative solution is to grow this business toward their goal, actually, the client's goal and the company goals. But something that is interesting, people ask, what's the difference between a CSM and an account manager? This is two positions based on different philosophies. Both want to ensure the client is successful and happy to a point that he wants to renew again and keep generating consistent revenue for the company. In the end, you need both to maximize the account potential, but sometimes you wear multiple hats depending about the size of the company. And this is really important, and to always, at the end, keeping the client satisfied and successful. It's a win-win.
Perfect. Let me read this testimonial for Stephanie here. She did a wonderful job for another client here. He says, in a few months, this is Ludovic from the Premium Accelerator Program. He said, in a few months, a team of sales pros led by account manager Stephanie closed my 100K in sales. It is a big game changer, as I used to recruit sales pros myself. Many left before I could overcome the deep learning curve. Now I can relax because of Stephanie. Boom. That's right, guys.
Boom. Yes. This is a great account too. It's again, here it's really to see how you can help the client, how to go further than just the calls, and to see how you can add value. It can be in different ways, right? And this is another example.
How many of you guys want to see maybe like a role play of a client conversation that we typically had these kinds of conversations towards, you know, as it was approaching kind of the coronavirus, but also, you know, as part of the learning lesson, the historical database of conversations that we've had with these clients. How many of you guys would be open to listening to kind of a sample role play that Stephanie and I could do for you guys? Okay. Let's see. Stephanie, do you want to be the, let's say, team leader?
Yes, let's do that.
I'll be the
yes.
client. So here's the setup. So everybody listen here. Here's what's going on here. Let's say I'm a digital marketer, and Stephanie's got a team of closers. She's working with us. She's probably got a team of 5 closers, and she's been working with me for, let's say, a period of 6 months. And I suddenly schedule a phone call with her and want to talk to her. So that's the setup. All right. So should we start? Okay, here we go. Ring, ring.
Yes, hello.
Hey, Stephanie, this is Rich.
Oh, hi, Rich.
Hey, I don't know if you have a few minutes. I just I had some things on my mind I just really need to talk to you about. Are you free at this moment?
Yes, we can talk. What's going on?
Yeah, no, I just I know we've been trying to, you know, work on getting the revenues up, you know, with the sales team and stuff, but I've just been looking at these numbers and I can't make heads or tails. I mean, I don't see the team really getting any better at closing. And I just, I'm kind of, I'm at a loss of words. I'm not sure what we can do, what else we can do. I mean, you should be familiar with these numbers too, right? We haven't even exceeded 10% closing ratio for the last 3 months. So I'm a bit concerned, and so is my partner. I'm not sure what your thoughts are at this point.
What do you mean 10%? We did 2 booms to close last week?
No, I mean, I get the reports too. I mean, I clearly, like, obviously I look at the bank accounts and I also look at the closing reports. And I mean, what I'm seeing I think you guys maybe had 1 week where you're closed at 12% closing ratio, but the rest of them were averaging anywhere from 6 to 7% per week.
Okay. This is interesting. I didn't hear anything from the team. I don't know, like really, it's, I have to check that. And I think this may be just the people didn't answer that much. It's really that the no-show was not that high. But yeah, I didn't hear anything.
I mean, you guys, I mean, I paid a large setup fee to get access to your closers, and I appreciate you guys onboarding this team for us. But I mean, at the very beginning, you guys told us that you'd be closing at roughly 20% conversion ratio, and you guys are nowhere close to that right now.
Oh, okay. Yes. This is something we still figure this out. The lead quality is not what it was supposed to be when we start, and now we are testing, we're playing around, we're working as a team, but really we are trying many things actually. I know it's coming soon. We're putting training. Yeah, the closing ratio, I know it's looking bad right now, but we will improve it.
Is it possible, Stephanie, we could even, like, I mean, I haven't seen the actual who's doing, can we get like a per closer report so that we can figure out who's the like offender and who's doing worse and who's doing better?
Yeah, sure. If it can help you, we can do that. I just have to put together some numbers. Definitely, you want that by email?
Yeah, I mean, that would help. I mean, at the very, I mean, I know the whole team on average is not performing, so I would say even if we didn't have those reports, I'm thinking we need to switch out the closers. We just should replace like the whole team. What do you think?
Again. Oh, so we just did that.
I know, but I mean, how else are we going to fix this problem?
Yeah, we need more times. Like, we're putting a lot of effort in the training. We try many things, and really, it's something that we're gonna keep you informed. Definitely, let's give us like 1 month, and we can increase that.
Stephanie, I mean, I just understand where you're coming from. We've been spending almost $100K per month in marketing, and we're still not seeing any results. So, I mean, should we continue spending that budget in marketing?
That is a good question. I would say yes, because obviously the team needs leads, right? Like, we need leads, but how can we close if we don't have leads? I think we should really see more in details, maybe what's going on, because here we do everything we can. We do the usual, like stage of the call. We do the role play. We do the listen recording, and really the team is working really hard. And we're gonna find out what's wrong, but so far, yeah, it's just temporary. I feel like there's something going on with the leads and marketing. Let me find out. I will come back to you.
Okay, pause role play. That was pretty rough. Now, Stephanie,
you have to explain.
let me ask you, so for the audience here, for our wonderful people in Discord, let's be honest here. How many of those types of conversations have we had maybe recently, would you say? At least one, right? At least one.
Yeah, William say many,
Yeah.
but Bogdan so many. But
I wouldn't
yes,
say so many here with what we're working on here, but I would say, one comes to mind in particular. But the I want to ask the people that were listening here on that role play, what kinds of things did you hear? What seemed to be broken with that conversation? Definitely trust. Absolutely. Not making money. Wrong expectations. Okay. Blaming marketing. Yes. Did you feel like Stephanie was justifying a bit? Even with the best organizations, even with the best accounts, these kinds of difficult conversations can still happen. Okay. And so we want to, as part of UHTC, we want to help you guys understand that account management is not just a friendly conversation with your client necessarily, especially when you're managing clients that are literally spending a lot of money to make things work, right? They're taking the services that you have, they're incorporating them, they're trying to build a business, a bigger business out of what you're trying to provide to them. In this case, it's closing services, but it doesn't have to be closing services. It can be lots of other stuff. Imagine, going back to my example, working for Dell. If I was an account manager for Dell, and I'm selling multi-tiered solutions, and like, if I'm selling, it's very simply put, maybe I'm selling server hardware, right? Laptops, a combination of those things in terms of storage, digital storage, all of that put together into a multi-million-dollar solution for these clients. If something goes wrong or they feel like they're not, their solutions are not meeting their needs, these are the types of conversations that will still happen, right? It doesn't have to be just closing services. Okay. Let's see what we got in the chat here. We got some French from William. Is this something about a resource problem, Stephanie? Can you see?
Adam posts in French, come up. Oh, sorry. Yeah, how can we solve that problem?
Okay. Very good. We're going to talk about the solutions there, William, in a moment here. Bogdan says he would reschedule for 15 to 20 minutes in 1 to 2 hours time. Okay. That's an interesting concept. We'll talk about that too, to the timing of conversations in a moment too. Greg is talking about Frame. We haven't talked about Frame in quite some time, guys. So
yes.
How was that framed? He says it was pretty weak and she was caught off guard. Okay, so we wanted to start the class off with this kind of a conversation to let you know the potential for improvement, really. So all of the things we're going to cover in the class today, we're going to show you how to prevent accounts from leading up to this kind of a conversation. Is everybody okay with that? You guys want to learn a couple of tips and tricks here and there to prevent conversations like this in the future? Cool. Yeah, we're pretty excited. I know Raphael's excited. Oh my gosh. If you guys should have heard him this afternoon where we were talking through the content and the examples, this guy was, or it could have been the coffee. I don't know. Raph, is it the coffee or is it your natural excitement?
No, it was you guys. Because no, I drink coffee every day, but it was I was excited about this because this is kind of like we're distilling months and months and months of 80-hour weeks, you know, pulling a lot of work from these two guys here with me and others as well. So, and we're like compressing all those lessons here for everybody here. So I felt very compelled to come over here and share with you guys.
Does everybody have their notebook and pen ready? Right. Obviously, you guys can go back and catch some of the essence, but it's never the same like it is live. So I want you guys to stay engaged, and we've got a couple of interesting shares, not only just stories, but things that you would never have guessed that this is so important in maintaining and furthering a relationship and eventually getting people to buy more from you. But we're going to share those things with you tonight. All right. All right. So let's keep going here.
Yes, what you can see on the screen is the different phase actually of an account, because before you start closing, there's a lot that's happening before, and even after. Like you have to keep in mind that this is really happening with every account, and they will go in different phase in its own time frame, like in their own space, and every step has its own importance and require key actions from the account manager to keep the account in the right direction of progress and success. And let me just zoom in. We have the phase 1, pre-close. The objective is to the qualification. We have the phase 2, pre-launch. And this one is to setting the foundation. We're gonna go more in details. The phase 3 is the launch. We have two, I don't know, I tried to read it, it's so small, sorry, 1 second. Okay, yes, you have to, the launch is meeting, the meeting and the training. After that, the phase 4 is to build a relationship. And the phase 5 is the solution sales. And this is really, really important. We're gonna start with the phase 1, the pre-close. You can switch the slides.
Yep, can you see my slide? Phase 1.
Okay, good. Yes, I had some connection. Okay, the pre-close. This is where the screening the account is really important. Really, it's the first step to analyze and gather the information on the company background. What you're gonna look when you do that, it's everything related to the sales history. You have to go really go deep in the details to make sure that this is a good account, a good opportunity. You will analyze the offers, the sales, and the marketing process of this account. And with that, you're gonna see if it's a great or a bad opportunity. Why it's important to do that is a lot of the common challenge you will face in an account as an account manager can be prevented by a good screening and a qualification process right at the beginning. And being selective, gathering the information, and proceed with a qualification to see if the collected information is aligned with you. It will save you a lot of time and even money. Like, we don't know, like you can even put some money in, resource, whatever what it is, it's something that is critical as a phase, the pre-close. You don't want to...
So, sorry, Stephanie, to interrupt. I was going to ask everybody here if they remember the term we sometimes use to describe that. And we've used this before in earlier modules for ultra high ticket. And what's the term that we use to describe this phase sometimes? I know Elias knows. Research, yes, there you go. That's the due diligence. That's the homework.
Yeah, because you don't want to test it. You don't want to be there for X month and testing the marketing for this company, lose your time with unprofessional or unqualified company. It's really important. But you know, sometimes you have to know yourself and your limits and your abilities, right? Because you can feel the client as what it takes. It can have the mindset, the vision. You're really aligned with the offer. It's really what you're looking for. You feel a good connection, and it's the right person. You feel you're the right person to bring what he needs with little tweaks to bring solution of what they're doing right now. If you can, and you're really you believe in yourself that with your experience, you're equipped to, with the right skills to face those risks, the challenge, the situation, it's not impossible. It's really possible to make this account successful, but it takes patience and really the time to really make your skill there and analyze the situation, the problem, and work really closely with the clients and the company to make it successful. We saw actually a couple accounts doing that, and mine was Florian, the one that we shared the testimonial at the beginning. It was not really perfect at the beginning. If I was not trusting my my guts and knowing myself and have this conversation with this client and do this training, at least with what I had at this moment, I would not be there today, because this was really what bring me where I am today with all this work that I have done. But this came with risk, and you have to know yourself and your limits. This is really important.
Let me add something to that, because that brings me back to something that what we were doing in the beginning, right? So let's say you're just starting your journey, and you don't really have accounts, and you find you like someone, and you want maybe that person doesn't really qualify as much as you wanted for an ultra high ticket closing account. However, you decide to take a risk because you see the potential and you want to go for it, and that's fine. That's absolutely fine. What is not great is that your expectations are that by engaging with that company, then you're going to be making a lot of money in the short term. And this is something that we discussed a lot as well among other leaders. If it's okay, like if you have an account that perhaps is a cash cow, right? And that can put food on the table, and that's great. But you decide to go on a high risk, high return account, additional account that you want to groom, right? That is absolutely something that you can do. But as long as the expectations are all right, are set from the beginning, then you're good.
And if I might add to that too, Raf, is it easy for us to be closed by a potential client on taking them on?
Yeah. It happens all the time. So it's again, it's something that we need to decide at that point. So you say, maybe I'm working with this account, and that is giving me that a constant lead flow. But I do want to work with this other account because I want to take on this account. I see them growing in a month or in a year from now. I remember I have this conversation with Sukrup as well, who's one of our superstar leaders, saying, we got to give them time. And him and I were like bouncing back ideas, right? And how long is a good time? And we were like thinking, okay, this account, I'm thinking 6 months. And the other account, I'm thinking 9 months. Okay, so, we were comparing notes, so to speak. But yeah, it's a good practice to do.
And it's easier to be patient too, right, Raf, when you actually have good income flow already from current activities.
Yes, absolutely.
I remember like one of the accounts I'm going to talk about today with you guys. I was not closing for any other client, so I thought this was perfect. I mean, I didn't spend the time doing the due diligence, and I said, hey, you know what? Why don't I just get started early and see if we can just fix things as we go. Mm-hmm. And we'll show you why that doesn't work.
Yep.
In many cases.
Steph, back to you.
Yes, and the next phase, also in the phase of the account, is the contract. How many of you have the first opportunity and you ask yourself, okay, should I send something, an agreement paper? If yes, what I'm supposed to put on that paper? Is it okay if I do it? I don't do it? And how many of you have this experience when you start closing? Let's see in the chat. Patrick say yes. Or even, how many of you here, like, what do you do with confidential information? or even what are the steps if we have a litige. This is what I learned with experience. At the beginning, I was like, what is she talking about? And I start looking on the internet, and I start to understand better about agreement, contracts, everything we need to know to make sure to be okay with that and answer professionally to the client. Because if they are asking that, you have to come up with something at least, and to know what you're talking about, because it can looks professional, and also it shows that you know what you're talking about too. And along the way, that's how I experience what it is an agreement. And with the experience, I tweak it a little bit more and a little bit more, adding details. And this is really important. That's why we bring this subject on the class tonight. And when we talk about the contract, what kind of document we have to think about? There's the first one is the service agreement. This is the one that you're going to send to the client to really discuss about the terms, the condition, all of that. And the other one is a non-disclosure agreement, the NDA. And this is also important, more with the closing team, that you can make this signed by them, and it's just to keep this confidentiality with the team. Also, the third one that I was not aware before, but it's an amendment, and this we can talk a little bit more about that. It's because when you sign an agreement, it's not fixed forever. Sometimes you can make some tweak and change it along the way with the needs of this account. And amendment is if you feel the need to make a change to the current agreement, you can make an addition to the terms of the contract. You have to bring the both parties involved, obviously, and require a signature from both sides. But all you have to do is write about the change to the contract, including the part that you want to make some modification. And after that, both of the parties sign the amendment, and you're good to go. But this is good to know, because sometimes you may feel stuck with your agreement, the situation change, but with those documents, you can feel more safe and relaxed about that.
One thing to add to that, Stephanie, now that you mention it, is we were talking about the frame being important. Talk about building a frame. This is a great way of start building the frame for yourself as a closer from the beginning of the relationship. If you come up to that conversation with a business owner and you say, okay, shall we talk about an agreement? Is there something you can prepare, or is something that I can get my lawyer to work on? And we have the template for that, but basically that's something you could say. That's like, oh, this guy is not a newbie, right? Even if you are a newbie, you don't want to be perceived as a person who is not a professional. And this is something that you can start using from the beginning of the relationship.
Absolutely, the frame is really important. That's a good point. We can move to the next slide. Okay, the closing service agreement. What it is exactly? It's really to outline the expectation for both sides, both parties, between you and the client, is to address the terms and the condition that is related to this account. You're gonna add also maybe when a dispute arrive, what is the resolution? Are you're gonna proceed with that, the guidelines. And it can be also for the invoicing and the payment. It's good to know to have clarity about that. And indemnity and limitation on liability, it's related to the responsibility. It's good to know like who is responsible of what, and you can add more and more and more. It's really something that the more you put, the more everybody will know what to expect on this account.
And just to add to that, Stephanie, I remember several times we had pushback on these agreements, right? Where your client, in the process of negotiation, they look through your service agreement. In this case, we're talking closing services, but it really can be any, form of service agreement. And you will have situations, this is the kind of the phase in the relationship where it's still early, right? You just started talking to them, or your account manager had already started talking to them, and they're pushing back on the contract. They're asking questions about, why does it have to be this way? Why do we have to have a payment on this date instead of another date? Why does it have to be within this certain time frame? So there's going to be pushback earlier on. And I think one of the skill sets you guys can use as closers, as ultra high ticket closers, is to think about how you can figure out a medium ground, or even close them on understanding what the importance or what the protection clauses are that protect not just this party, your party, but also protect the other side, protect them. So we found over several months of working with these types of clients, and we saw that these types of pushbacks could be handled quite well as long as we were exercising good closing skills. So just wanted to add that in.
Mm-hmm. That's correct. And why is it important? Like some of you already wrote in the chat, because we can move to the next slide. It provides this protection for yourself. This is really important, because with the situation that happened, knowing that you have put that together, they have read the terms and the condition, everything, it's really solid, and it gives you this protection for yourself and for the team also. As mentioned before, the clarity for both parties it can be for the invoicing, it can be anything related to the offer, or are you going to proceed with certain situation, general information. It's a guideline to follow in specific situation like the litige, when you have a dispute with a client, an account, or you want to end an agreement. What do you do when this account is not working anymore? Can you just stop this agreement? That's all the thing that you have to think about when you put that together. You have to think about the term of termination, the notice period. Those are the details that is critical when you're doing an agreement. And it gives you exactly the latitude to end the agreement immediately if the terms are not met. And you have to go through your agreement, and you can just pull out the right section, bang, it's done, and you're good to go, and you're not attached to this client. Also, the other part is it shows professionalism. If you have, I would like to know, if you are a client and a closers come to you and say, I would like to close for you, here's my resume, or let's jump on a call, and you have two candidates in front of you, two closers. You onboard the two because the two seems really good. One send you an agreement, and the other one just say, let's start. What is your perception on those two closers? Experience? Yes. I can see many people writing right now. But experience, definitely, yes. Organized versus disorganized. Thank you, Razmig. Patrick, professionalism and clarity. AD, not at a high level. Yeah, exactly. This is something that you present yourself as a professional. This is the first impression too. Everything can be right at the beginning. This is a stage that it can show a difference. And sometimes the clients, with experience, I noticed that, okay, I have to admit, my first closing opportunity, I didn't have any contract, no. But I did feel the difference when I came with an agreement. This is another game, another level. They see you differently. I know it's just a paper, but it has a huge impact. It's the frame, like Raphael mentioned earlier. This is really important. If you don't have one, just take the time. There's plenty of templates online that you can use, and you just tweak it for your own account. And maybe one tip that I can share with you, it's always keep your contract in a file somewhere, just in case something happened, at least for 1 year, just as a protection. And this is also a good way to keep a template for yourself, and you tweak it along the way with the lessons you're going to learn from previous accounts.
Something I want to add to that, Steph, that's a good point. And I saw something in the chat that I want to address. Sometimes you're friends with someone, right? With the company owner or co-founder, or somebody who get you the engagement. That's good. There are two ways to go about this. You can have like a trial run, like a test, right? And then have the agreement. That is good. I prefer it to be the other way around. So if all possible, I would develop the relationship after you've taken care of the most basic details of the business relationship. I think it was Warren Buffett or Bill Gates, one of these big guys, was saying that their best friends have always been their best partners, not the other way around. So this is a kind of like a lesson learned from different experiences, guys. It's better to have even the simplest agreement form where you have like a time sake of what you've agreed to in that given time. It just gets these little risks in the beginning out of the way, so you can safely develop the relationship or strengthen the relationship that you already have. That's what I would recommend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it can be for, now we're talking about the closing agreement partnership, but sometimes maybe some of you experience that too, like the influencer, the client can ask you other tasks that is not related to your original agreement of closing. It can be, oh, can you do a lives, or can you do a webinar with me? It can be anything related, or copywriting. It can be anything else that is not related to your current agreement. This is also an awareness to build, because you have to think about those things. Okay, what happened if I do this and this has happened? And you just do a written communication and say, okay, by example, you're closer, you're participating with a webinar. Yeah, it happened. And you have to think, okay, what's going to happen with the recording? What's going to happen if something goes bad? Am I responsible of the result of the outcome, or the marketing fees that was involved in that project? Is those kind of details you have to think about and put that on paper to make sure that both parties agree with that. Whatever the project is, it's something that you will be more aware along the way, but it's really critical to protect yourself. But usually the service agreement is a good start. And the next phase, let's go to the next phase, phase 2. Pre-launch foundation. Okay. Now we just talk about the pre-close. It's a good fit. You have done the screening of the account. The agreement is in place. The contract meeting is signed, and it starts to be exciting. Now you're gonna talk about the offer, the opportunity, meet the team. It's the place that you're gonna really take the time to accumulate the information and to set up this foundation. We can go to the next slide. First is the sales team. Does this account already have an existing closing team, or you will have to find closers and do recruitment? This is the first part that is important, because if you have to find the closers, that's another step you have to think about. There's a qualification. First, where do you find those closers? Secondly, the qualification process, the kind of a closing call interview you're gonna do with them. And you have to make sure that they are a right fit also for this company, for this client, because maybe they need more outbounds activities or inbound closers. You have to understand the offer, who's a good fit or not, and really build your team. But if the closing team is already existing, that's great, because it's going to be a good foundation that you can approach this team and accumulate the information and start your foundation and not start from scratch. And the other point is exactly, is it outbound only, inbound only, both? What is the specific needs and the structure of the sales team? Maybe this account is looking for only one person to do a certain role. You have to understand what is the need for the sales team. Maybe Rich and Raphael, would you like to comment on that too?
Yeah, yes, that reminds me. I don't know if you remember, Steph, when we were working with an account, and I remember I think it was the CEO, I think, who was asking to launch like by this day, right? And it was like a week, something like that. And we were so excited, right? So it's time to go and blah blah blah, and it was crazy. Like we couldn't find we couldn't structure the right sales team for us to make it happen in such a short period of time. And what happened is we wanted to impress him, but in the end it was more, we caused a delay. So we couldn't complete it at the end of the week. And because of that, we had to delay and then delay a little bit more. And yes, the account was successful, but the problem is that we started with that little depth, emotional depth or professional depth of missing the target date, which was not good. And next time we said, okay, no, we're gonna play this one differently, right? So we set ourselves a date with enough range to search the right quote unquote dream team that will fit that account specifically.
Oh yes, I remember. Yes, and this is why it's important, because if you bring people that are not qualified or it's not a good fit, your trust is important with this client, and he will start to say, okay, does he know exactly what I need? Does he understand my business? Why is he bringing people that are not qualified for my account? And this is why it's important to take the time to understand that business, that account, and bring the right fit. Take the time to qualify those people, and not sell yourself too short in the time. Like, give you the time to find the right person, the right closers for this team.
I've got maybe an example of the first point you have there around the existing closing team, Steph. One of the accounts I remember leading was one where they had started out the relationship where they were shutting down their sales team. So yes, they did have an existing closing team, but after further talks with the owner, after starting closing for them, we found out they essentially had a small sales team they were kind of asking them to do other things and really phasing that team out. So let me ask kind of from you guys on the chat, like when you hear that kind of history from the client, what does that tell you about their business? There's no right answer to this. And I remember scratching my head. I was like, these guys seem to be pretty busy in the beginning. And the owner just kind of had them transition off the team over a course of like 2 months. Yeah, Joanna says maybe not much sales going on, potentially. Bogdan is holding them hostage. Clarify this or I'm not working with you. So it turned out that this owner was in the middle of pivoting his entire business. And we didn't realize that he had made that decision and did not disclose that to us at the very beginning. So what turned out to be what we thought were pretty decent and committed salespeople, he had to let go because he was intending to sell something completely different and use our team to do that. So I think it's important for you to have that due diligence, because at the end of the day, you could be dealing with an account just like mine, where the owner was literally pivoting every 2.5 months, coming up with a new idea and changing his business around. And that was never good for the long-term relationship. So definitely do your due diligence. The fact that there is a sales team, or maybe the sales team is going away or staying there, could mean something different depending on the situation. So it is definitely another read.
Mm-hmm. And when we set the foundation The sales team is one thing, but there's also like the foundation about the sales playbook. Who here in the chat already hear sales playbook before? Yes, the script is part of that, yes? Okay, yes, a couple of yes, that's good, really good. Because when you want to start, it's a great way as an account manager to start showing value, to really bring value to this account. And to understand also, it's important to understand, a sales book is really a guide that you should be customized for your account. No sales book is alike, it's all different depending about the account. And in that, you're going to collect the information about the company, the product, and services, the sales process. It can be the customer profile. The resources can be email template. It can be call script, strategic content about the marketing, and even the best practice from the closing team. It usually includes everything you need to know from sales, marketing, and the company itself, and the expectation too, because if you don't know what you need to accomplish, what is the matrix and all that, it's hard to know if you achieve the goal or not. The sales playbook is really critical as a foundation. And when I did start closing, I was doing like accumulating information, but I didn't know it was called a sales playbook. And when I was doing that, my goal was to accumulate the more information as possible, to not ask 2, 3, 4, 5 times the same question to the client. Because if you put yourself in the client's shoes and you have your account manager asking you a couple times the same question again and again, and doesn't understand the process, it's long. It takes a long time actually. It doesn't look really good. You have to build that trust. Remember, build this relationship with this client, and you want to show that you're at the top of your game. And this is a good way to do it. The benefit of doing that, we're going to talk about that. But let's move on the next slide.
Can I also add one thing? Because I think everybody here knows that the playbook is potentially really important for shrinking that time for onboarding, because you have that reference, the point of reference for everything that needs training. When you work for a larger company, if you're on an enterprise sales team, they typically have sets of documents that capture all of that. In fact, these long PDFs and presentations that you'll be asked to go and review and train, and they may even have their own knowledge base where they are testing the salespeople and asking them to complete various knowledge base modules. That can be all part of a playbook setup. But what I think I want to kind of express to everybody here is, if the account that you're working with, and you're trying to develop this relationship, and you find out there is no sales playbook, you're in for kind of a longer onboarding time. You're in for a longer set of learned lessons, because essentially you'll be accumulating all, just like what Stephanie was saying. She essentially built out her own sales playbook for many of her accounts. So is that a matter of like 1 or 2 weeks, Stephanie?
Oh, it takes time. It takes a long time. Yeah.
Yeah. So it definitely increases that runway.
Mm-hmm. But there's a way you can start, and sometimes the company will have the sales playbook. That's fine. But if you have access to one, think about how you can improve it. What kind of question you're going to ask to the marketing team, to the sales team, or the client, and see where is the gap, and fill those gaps. And that can be the first way you can add value if a sales playbook is already available. And if you don't have one, yes, it takes time, but you have to start from somewhere. And a great way to start building it is play the prospect. Go play around in the website, YouTube's, every channel, social media, and click everywhere. Just see where it brings you, and see how long it takes to talk to a person. See what is the learning you're gonna face in those different path. And after that, you can understand better the sales process and marketing process, and you can build out your question along the way. Okay, this bring me here. What is the pre-qualification before a phone call? What kind of question? Is it a hard qualification, a soft one? And you can go deeper and deeper, and even role play with the client. Sometimes the clients wants to role play with you and show how they are doing it, if they are doing themselves the calls, or it can be with the sales team. Have fun and just compile the information. Talk to the best closers on the team if there's one, and just interview them and compile the information, and you start from there. It's really a great tool, resource for yourself, but even to see, we're going to see the benefit. Actually, we're going to move to that.
One more thing to add, guys, that worked for me in the past is if you're working with a company that has a decent size team, most likely they're going to have a support department. So if if you're a ultra high ticket closer and you're getting into a company that has several branches or several areas and you have a support department, that's usually where you would find many of the best, like the pain points that customers have and usually are not covered during the sales process, but happen during the delivery phase. All that stuff, you want to bring it to your playbook so you can get rid of those objections up front and set the expectations right from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me read this one out for you again, Steph. This is I love this client. This is one of our clients that made a huge pivot during the coronavirus change. But really, what this represents to us is this testimonial is a testament to how a leader was able to really connect with the prospect, and also to build enough trust with the client to have this kind of a testimonial. So it says, prospective clients are valuable to us. Darren understood our business and could diagnose each prospect's pain points. His closing skills complemented perfectly with our sales funnel and closing strategy. Our closing rate has skyrocketed. So this is another example of great account management, not just closing ability, but also account management, right? So we can get into kind of testimonial type activities as well later on in the class today, but I think Darren's done a great job, and with the support of Raphael and Stephanie too on this.
Thank you, Rich. And to go back to the benefit for that, it's the first one is to accelerate the onboarding process. This is a huge one, actually. Let's suppose you're an account manager for many accounts. Do you think on the time management, how much time do you think it's going to take to train every team member? With all the different offer, all the different strategy? Yes, too long. Yeah, definitely. And one tip that I can share with you is accumulate all the questions from the team in a kind of an FAQ section, and just update it and improve it along the way. And now you're going to have like really something powerful for the account management and for the team. And like this, they're just going to review the FAQ section, they can use it, and it's really the Play sales book and the FAQ section, it accelerates the onboarding process, definitely. This is what helped me to start with 1 account, 2 account, and scale with many accounts. Without that, that would be impossible. This is really my favorite one. The second one is to boost the productivity and performance, because if that is, the closers they know what to do when they onboard the team. And for that, doing this is you can see exactly how you can accelerate certain step or process, because you say, oh, this is too complicated or too long. Let's short it up and just put it shorter and skip that step and this step, and you have something that is more productive, and it will reduce the admin work. It will increase the performance of the team. This is where you can play with all the information you collect from that. The other thing is collected all the best practices. It's a benefit, and like that you can create predictable wins and more revenue for your account. If something works, it's really awesome. Use that, teach that to the team, and just duplicate. And after that, you tweak it a little bit more. Every time you have something new that works, you put that in your sales playbook, and the new members can accelerate their learning and implement what works already. Another point is organize and track the account information. As an account manager, you will be asked a lot of questions from the client, or even the marketing department. From many people, you can be asked a lot of questions. But when you have many accounts, or an account has a lot of information, many offer, you have to know where to look, what to look, and to get to the information quickly. Let's suppose the clients ask some numbers, the metrics. You have to be able to go there and find exactly what you need right now. What's the goal? Okay, what's the best practices? Everything you need to know is there. And the last
that was kind of the opposite of our role play just now, right, Stephanie? I was asking you for all the numbers, and you just seemed like you didn't know much at all.
No, because I was not organized and I didn't track anything. That's why. Yeah. Definitely. And the last point, actually, as an account manager, and how you can, the share of wallet, this is identify actual challenge and opportunity to add value. It's the best position to know, like, the pain point, what is missing, what's the challenge, how can you improve this or that. And this is the opportunity to add value, and with the trust that you're going to build with the client, it's the best way to start. You can start from there, and you continue along the way and bring more value and bigger value and different suggestion, creative solution. But this is the first start that you can implement right away, and show to the client that you manage well the account, you know well the account, and you immerse yourself into that company. And actually, Raphael and Rich, would you like to add something to that?
Yeah, I think just go ahead,
for Rich. Now you go.
I was just going to say that the acceleration piece is such a critical key, but for those of us here who are looking for kind of building out a team for a client, closing services, just realize from an expectation setting standpoint, even the best sales trainers out there in the industry, those of you who've read some of those books out there on high profit prospecting, those guys are commenting and saying that training times to get closers up and running can take anywhere from 6 months to 9 months to get them at their peak closing ratio. So thinking about that and thinking about the things that you need to succeed on the account, one of the things is to maybe not set the expectation that we can actually train and get people up and ready, so quickly, because it does take time. And especially for your clients that have not produced lots of sales before, they don't have the documentation, they don't have the process, they don't have the scripts available for us to study, right? That's going to take a long period of time. And so all of the things that Stephanie and Raphael are talking about here about the playbook, you need time to, as you're building that out, you still have a team that's practicing and refining. And that is not a matter of 4 weeks, right? You can't go from 0 to 20% closing ratio often within 4 weeks, unless you are already closing for that industry on a different account, right? So that's what I would have to say.
And even then, yeah. And even then, I said it gets pretty difficult because situations change, right, from one company to another.
That's right.
Yeah. So one thing I was thinking about as Stephanie was reading this is how can you guys use it? There are a couple of situations where you could find yourself in need of knowing these benefits. So the first is either you could be an account manager. So you could be or at least wearing the hat of an account manager, meaning that you are in a company, you're getting leads, you're closing, but then after the close, you're basically spending time with the account and upselling them and maintaining the relationship and all that. So that's where this is useful. The other situation is where you are not the account manager, but you are a closer, or you are an SDR. In that situation, it's also very important to know this, because if you're coming in and every SDR, every closer has a quota, you need to know if these things are in place. Because if they're not, you're playing a losing game already from day one. Make sense, guys? Let's see it in the chat. Does that make sense? Yes, 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 yes. Sweet. Bogdan is asking, what do you mean by quota? So that's the sales quota is slang for the expectations that the company gives you at the beginning of the relationship. That could be the number of appointments set, it could be revenue, it could be number of units sold per month. So there are different metrics, but yeah, that's what it means.
Yeah, it's usually like a minimum. A lot of times quota is set around revenues closed, right? So if you got like a 200K quota for the month, then if you hit quota, then there's some kind of reward usually associated with hitting a quota.
Yep. Sometimes they package it up as well. They say you get a quota, and that means 1, 2, 3 things, and you gotta be reporting on that, and then your manager is gonna be reporting on that. But in the end, everything traces back, because it's very easy to trace, right, to the person who was supposed to hit it or not hit it. So these benefits are for you to know that the game is fair. You're gonna have a fair chance to hit your quota or not. That's the main, I would say, the main benefit for everybody who's listening in here.
Yes, and we can move to now the next phase. This one is the exciting one, the launch. Now it's where everything starts to happen. You're gonna start closing, you're gonna meet the team, the training, I mean, and this is where all the exciting things happen. You will meet the marketing team, maybe you're gonna meet the client, the sales team if it's existing already. Is the stage you want to make sure to set clear expectation with the client. We can move to the next slide. Yes. When you launch an account, one of the important steps is to set up a kickoff meeting that we call. And this meeting is where everybody will meet. And it's like a presentation call. You're gonna talk to a lot of people, maybe on the call, depending on the size of this company. And the purpose of that is really setting clear expectation about the action plan. Now you build out the foundation, but you may have some question about that. And it's a great opportunity to take your list, all the questions that you think or you came up with during your sales playbook when you were building that, and you ask all those important specific questions about the account. And why is it important? Because when you do your research before and you build, you collect all those information and you build your sales playbook, it shows that you have made some research before. Because if you came up with a basic question on the first call, it will tell the client that, okay, you were not prepared, or maybe you could have found that by yourself, things like that. And that's why preparing your question in advance, making your research, going through the funnel yourself, doing all that can just give you more professionalism to the eyes of the client and the teams also. And it's a great opportunity with this meeting, because sometimes the marketing is there and you can ask questions about the marketing, and it's going to be a more sophisticated question also. The first impression with the team and department will be set. You can just improve now, but that's why the kickoff meeting, it's not just to say, hi, my name is, it's more deep than that. And it's a great opportunity to set a recurrent meeting, because now you have to keep an ongoing communication with them. It's not just one time. If you have an account that you just meet the client one time and it disappears, that's not good. Except if you have somebody in charge that you have a good communication and relationship with them, and he's really close with the client and brings all the information and update to him, that's okay. But if you just talk with almost nobody, how can you improve it and build a relationship for this account? It's really important that you set up that in a regular, like a weekly basis, or even sometime every 2 weeks. But the importance of that is critical. It will also be a good opportunity to determine the first closing call date. And this is important to not rush it. Really take your time, see what you need. If there's missing so much information, don't say that you're going to close tomorrow. That's going to be a mistake. Let's suppose you don't know which CRM you're going to use, or you don't have the access, or there's missing information, you don't have the payment links. You want to wait, obviously. That's why you have to evaluate that on that call, and you start to build this relationship with this client and the team. You have to ask a question: who is the key person if something happened, who I'm gonna contact if that situation arrives. This is the purpose of the kickoff meeting, and it's always fun because the energy is always high usually in that meeting. Maybe that's myself for your side, but this is my favorite meeting. And for the next slide.
Before we move on, I wanted to add something to the third point, the first impression with the team. So one thing that works very well as well, it's when you have the first meeting, if that's, say, you're working with a corporation, right, and that would be your manager, or if you're working with an SMB and you're probably working with the owner directly, and if you manage to describe their problem, the problem with sales, or even the problem with the marketing from what you can see, better than what they can do themselves, what are they going to assume? Come on, guys, you know the answer. Yeah, we're the expert. That's true. Yeah. Okay. You're a hero, yes, but not quite. Trusted advisor. Let's see. Professional trusted advisor. Yeah, those are all correct. Those are all correct, but more specifically, it's that you have the solution. Even if you haven't said you have the solution, if you can describe their problem better than they can do it themselves, they would assume you have the solution. So let's think about what we've gone through, right, in UHTC. If you come in and you say, oh, you know what we need to do? We need to put together a team. We need a sales manager. We need an AM. We need an SDR. We need 2 SDRs and we need 4 closers. We need this specific number of leads. We need this and that. So, or you can say the problem that you're having right now is that you don't have this structure. This is the way you do it. And when you describe these kind of problems that they have for their sales structure, these guys or whoever you're talking to will assume that you can solve their issues. And that's the right way to start the relationship. Make sense? Yes. Okay. Let's keep going.
Mm-hmm. That's a really good point. And this is also the, we can switch the slide. It's also the objective for this regular meeting. It's to always keep this client updated of what's happening with the closing team or the stats. It can be everything related to this account. And it's a great opportunity to give feedback. Like if you just, Raphael, like just mentioned, it's a great opportunity to do that, to follow up on some challenge or situation. And if the communication change, yeah, if something happened, you have to stay connected with them. It can be the marketing team and the client. And don't be afraid to ask questions. Really, it's important that you ask the good question, and you have all the information you need to do your job correctly. And the last one is marketing. This is critical. This one, if you are not doing marketing, it's going to be difficult. Today, marketing is the most important meeting I find. It helps to understand the marketing, to share action plan, to discuss about what you collect as data and information from the sales, and really bring that to the marketing team, and to really play together. Like I define marketing as a tango or salsa dance. You have to move together. It's a dance, it's a duo, really, a duo together to make successful results. And it's a good way to keep them accountable too, but even yourself. This is a great occasion to do that and keep track also of those meetings to know, okay, what have we discussed today? What are we supposed to do? And come back to those points and make sure that everybody done everything they are supposed to do to make this successful. It's marketing meetings, sometimes the client assists, sometimes it's just going to be you and the marketing department. But as long as you keep informed the client, this is excellent. You're going to show your professionalism, your experience, that you're an expert by bringing all the things that are happening on the closing call. And even solution, you can bring idea. It's a great opportunity.
This is something that applies not just to closing services. This applies to any ultra high ticket offer. We're talking 10K, 20K and more closes where your company is either delivering a service or has a high touch, high maintenance type of product, right? Because at the end of the day, is it going to be more expensive, or is it going to take me more energy to close more sales from this client, or less energy than if I were to approach a new client? You got to have that cadence, right? And I think that you guys know the answer. It's easier to get the person who's already buying from you, who has a relationship with you, to purchase one more thing. So that's part of the reason why, even as we're starting to get into the habit of thinking of these meeting cadences with clients in these higher end offers, is they absolutely are necessary. And if you lose that cadence, you start losing the trust. You're not top of mind for that client. They're not thinking of you the next time that they have a problem. Then you become demoted, right? You're lower on the totem pole. You're lower on the ladder when it comes time to go shopping, when it comes time to take that wallet out that we just talked about, right?
Mm-hmm. And following that, is a training. Now you have set up the meeting, the recurrent meeting, this marketing, you know what to do. The clarity is there for everybody. And now it's the training time. And it's the first one that you see on the screen. Do not rush it, please. I see. So I experienced that. My first opportunity, my first closing team, it was special, and I don't encourage you to do the same. I learned from it, but it was a great learning experience. I found Florian, the real estate opportunity. It was a Saturday, and the Sunday I put together a team. It was midnight, and we were talking about all the leads coming in for the day after, the Monday. And I say, guys, this is the leap of faith. It's time to close. And we have no training. We were really rushing it. And if I have to repeat that, I will have to take more time, obviously, but it was a lack of experience. And but it was fun. It was still fun, but you know, we could have avoided a lot of things and take the time to understand the offer. But it was a good adrenaline rush to start closing. Like it was 8 leads per day. The team was ready. We got a good. Everybody was on fire. But definitely, if you can give you the time to train before the first call, it's the best thing, because it's just obvious, right? You can role play with all the information that you have collected. Prepare yourself and be confident. Put your friend on the call. Like, do your best. This is really important, and you want to show like results fast. Also, even if you have a time that you have to adapt, and there's a window to train, not train, but test the leads and really test different strategy, that's okay. But if you can shorter that window and provide results really fast, that is possible. We have account that we have mini booms in the first week. And this is really because of training, a good preparation. Take the time with the team. What is the pain point? What kind of question they will face on the call? Take the time to review all of that and make sure they have all the resources, the system, everything is ready, available for them to act fast on the call. And take the time to put that in the favorite bar in your Chrome or Safari, whatever. But take the time, really. And when you feel ready, you start taking calls. But with experience, you're gonna know how much time you're gonna need, and the kind of ability of the team also with the interview and all that. You can know, like, okay, 2 weeks is a good time for us to train and start taking calls. And sometimes the clients will rush you. They will say, can you take calls tomorrow, because I have a lot of calls coming in. Depending about your skill and all that, I would say the best is to delay that. But if you have no choice, go for it. Take a lot of note, and really be the one that takes the call. The first one is always a good tips, because when leaders take the calls first, they can understand better, put strategy, script. You can help the teams to go over that and prevent some mistake that it can happen on the call. But it can happen, but be ready to have like daily meeting with the teams. Make sure to review the calls as soon as possible, to come up with a script or some templates or idea how to handle those calls if you have to rush it with the context. This is my tips for the training.
That's great tips, Steph. One thing to make a differentiation about is when you come in. So if it takes 1 month, or should it take 2 months? So how long is a good amount of time? It depends what hat you're wearing. So for instance, if you are coming in an account that has no sales team, that has that the owner has been doing the sales and they never had a team, you probably want to take a little bit of longer time there and understand a bunch of look for red flags that we're going to give you in this call, and additionally make sure that you have the right team, everything that Stephanie was speaking about. Right now, the other option could be that you're coming into a team and you are you're in a new position, you're filling in a position, and you need to start coming into an account that is an already existing account, right? But you're going to nurture it, you're going to be selling them more, you're going to sell them, cross-sell them, whatever. In that case, you probably can start taking calls faster, because then the arrangement is probably different. You're not working 100% commission. They probably have a base and then a variable. And of course, that in that case, the expectations from the company for you will also be different. It will be that you are probably working with somebody else, and then that you're going to be making progress in a specific period of time that they have practiced already with other people. So those two cases are super, super different, guys. So you got to make sure that you are accounting for those two situations.
Anything you would like to add, Rich?
No, I think that's pretty key. I mean, we touched upon training time earlier on, I would just say it goes along with the theme of preparation and performance against expectations. You guys are gonna, I mean, I think all of us here, the three of us included, can agree that the first couple meetings with the client are actually kind of the honeymoon phase, right? You think you have a handle, even if you're doing all the homework and you've come in prepared and you're asking all the right questions, right? You're describing their problems better than they can even describe them. The first few engagements are always going to be quite pleasant, I find, in my experience. But I would say take the time. It's part of an extended, if you think about it this way, guys, it's part of an extended due diligence is what it is before you hop on that call. So set that expectation, right? Set the timing expectation, and make sure by the time your team and yourself are taking those calls that you guys are actually doing the right thing for the clients.
Steph? Or Rich?
Oh, so this is another example of a success case. The client's name here in this case is Happy Grasshopper. I love this account, and I love the spirit of the owner. We just spoke with him the other week, right, Stephanie?
Yes.
He says, Closers.com has allowed us to profitably triple the size of our sales team. All of us at Happy Grasshopper are delighted. So this is also an account that Rafael has experience with as well. So.
Yep, this was, I was muted. Yes, it was a really good experience. Dan is an incredible serial entrepreneur, and we had a really, really good relationship, and it was a very strong relationship for different areas, not just closing. And also we went through a lot of problems, and I think the only thing that made us go through that was the strength of the relationship. So that's why we keep hammering on this point, on this class over that point. Okay, guys, so this is the perfect segue to the next phase, which is once you've done your due diligence, once you've done, you've had the team, right? You launch it, you had the meeting, and now it's time to get in the game. So you're in the game. It's time to produce results. There is no more. There is like cures. What they say is sales cures all, right? So anyway, the point is, once you start having that business relationship with them, there's going to be a few things you want to do. The first thing is you want to make it long term. First, for what Rich was talking about in the beginning, the share wallet concept, right? The longer they are with you, the less they're going to think about somebody else to spend their money with. If you're coming in as an employee, if you're coming as a sales professional, then they're probably not going to look for anybody else, and they're going to help you grow in your career. If you're coming in as a contractor and you're coming in with a team of sales people, a team of closers and SDRs, then they're not going to look for anybody else because you already know their business. So you got to, the point here is you want to make it long, but it's also very important that it's a healthy relationship, right? It's not like they're stuck with you. It is something that they want to stay with you because they want to, right? In the end, even if you have the agreements, that's why Stephanie was talking about having clauses in the agreements that allow you to break the agreement. I mean, not to break the agreement, but to end it. They will want to go out, get out of the agreement if the relationship is not healthy. So those are, that is, I think, that the main thing that you want to pursue with them. And we're going to talk about a couple of components that are main components to keep this relationship very healthy. So number one, and as you know, guys, money talks. We can have even the best honeymoon phase, as Rich was talking about, but in the end, if you don't hit your KPIs, that relationship is going to be absolutely stuck in a nice, you know, you're nice, he's nice, they're nice, everybody's nice, but in the end, you know, it would only get you so far. Once you have that that last moment in which you have been given what you wanted, or you wanted to produce results but you didn't, that relationship is going to end, and it's going to end pretty quickly as well. So here are 4 KPIs that you want to take in account for. You might not own all these KPIs by yourself, but it's important that you know these KPIs are absolutely important for the business owner, or for the executive that you're working for. Number 1 is the closing ratio. Closing ratio is super common. Not gonna spend too much time with these guys. You know how many calls you got, how many appointments you got, how many how many calls you closed, right? The next one is the percentage of FCC appointments, and this is something that is not that. I mean, sometimes the value of this is not so clear because it's not like credit card money, right? On the account, it's not hitting the account, but it's so important because as internet marketing gets more complicated, it gets harder and harder for people to get on the phone. People don't really want to get on the phone with anybody right now. It's unless they have to, you know, and they need that connection. But otherwise, just think about it, guys. How many times do you go and try to talk to strangers from pages? When was the last time you did that? I want to see it in the chat. Okay, if you're typing. Yeah, so some of you have the chance to do it today. Absolutely. That is probably one of the, yeah, today I hit 8 first contact calls. That's awesome. That's what we want to do as closers, as FCCs. And we want to keep those percentages of appointments really high. And the other key KPI for this is the show up ratio. Show up ratio is super important because it turns possibilities into realities, into making sure that you can have the opportunity to close them. And finally, the revenue. Usually, most likely, you're gonna have a revenue target that is part of the quota for the business unit if you're working in a company, or for the business if you're working for an SMB. If you are an account manager, most likely it's going to be the share wallet concept. So it's going to be how much of their, let's say you're selling technology, right? And you know this company you're working with has a $1 million technology budget for the year, but they're only spending $500,000 with you. Where is the other $500,000 going? Probably to your competitors. At least part of it is. So, or some other people that you haven't been referred to. So that's a problem. You want to have a big chunk of that share wallet, and the way you do it is by starting hitting these very, very basic KPIs. And as you can see here, show up ratio is here, and many people would consider it a marketing thing, but it's not really, guys, because if we are going to be owning this relationship, we want to be sure that we have exhausted every point, every possibility to make sure that we have as many people on the call as possible. Steph, Rich, anything to add?
No, I was just going to say we often get into the tango conversation, right? You know, it takes 2 to tango. Marketing and sales are doing the dance. And one thing I just want to remind everybody, you know, this is definitely a dance, but don't ever forget that you can take extreme ownership for these KPIs, right? Let's say you have a low show up ratio. Is that the fault of marketing? Not necessarily, right? It could be. Some of it, I mean, could be very well due to poor marketing, but at the same time, what are you doing to get people to show up? Right? Are you guys texting We ran a campaign of like pre-call texting at one point for one of our accounts. Are you guys texting in advance to remind them of, some that you have an appointment coming up soon, or you have some value-added information to share with them on that appointment, right? Are you making sure the appropriate emails are going out beforehand? Things like that, right? All of these things. These are other ways to own up to these metrics while knowing that it's still kind of a shared metric to some degree, right? But you still have to take extreme ownership for this performance. Because at the end of the day, what are they going to come? They're going to come back to you and ask you about these, right? So you got to take ownership for that result.
Yep. Yeah. Another thing is, okay, so you could say whatever is going to bring people to that call, it's going to be something that marketing is going to do. True, that is true. But the question is, are you spotting the flaw? Are you asking for the change? Because at the end of the day, it's you who's going to take the advantage of that opportunity. So this is a big thing, guys. So I'm going to say it one more time. It could be that it's marketing responsibility. I mean, the actions of marketing will determine the quality of the lead and ultimately the show up ratio. But you as a closer, as an ultra high ticket closer, have the responsibility to point it out if there is an issue there, suggest things that other teams are doing, maybe go back to the literature, maybe go back to Ultra. We've covered so much, like module 2, Rich, right? Was all about that. Was all about, yeah. So awesome. So can you bring that over and making sure that if something is not being implemented, that shouldn't be because you are not asking for it. If you ask for it and then you strategically plan it out and you close the business owner, or you attempt to close the business owner into doing it and they won't go for it, okay, that's a different story. Then it's maybe time to break the relationship and finish it. But not unless you've done all that part. Does that make sense, guys? Because this is important. Yes.
Good.
Yes. Yeah. Cool. All right. Now that's a big point because we keep having that fight, right? With marketing, like it's a never-ending fight, and it's important that we play our part. Okay. And the next thing with a relationship is you can't have a relationship without problems. That's impossible. Particularly if somebody comes to you because they don't have enough revenue. Where do you think that the lack of revenue comes from? Laziness, it could be. Lack of sales. Problems. Yes, exactly. They have problems. They have all sorts of problems, guys. So when we have a situation, we're coming into a storm, right? Where we have marketing problems and delivery problems and revenue problems and partnership problems. Of course, sales are going to suffer. And then you're coming in and you have the mark of sales and that dollar sign printed on your forehead, right? And that's how that's many times, that's how they see a sales team. And that is a problem. So you have to, this is not something that, oh, okay, I'm gonna change their mind. No, guys, that's the name of the game. That's how we roll. That's why we are sales professionals. That's why we're closers. But what we can do is we can make sure that we know how to navigate these problems, either because we have lived it, or it's because we've been lucky enough to be part of a training like this, and we can hear it from people who have suffered this day in and day out, and we can take advantage of those experiences. Does that make sense, guys? Yeah. So it's very important, guys. There is no account without problems, and there are big problems all the time. Most of them related to money. So we have to just be comfortable with this and prepare. Anticipation is very important. This is a quote that Sifu uses a lot, but you know, it keeps coming back because it's so important. Is every battle is won before it is fought. It is so true. It is so true, guys, because when we come into account, you might not know, but you're done already. It's finished. The relationship is finished before it started. If you don't do the due diligence that Rich was talking about, if we don't do the agreement statements that Stephanie was talking about, if we don't have the right team, all it is doomed from the beginning. So that's why this key quote is very, very important here, because then what we're going to do is we're gonna cover a few very important pieces of information that we have managed to pick up from the trenches, right, from the battlefield. We're gonna give it to you guys so you can use them, you understand them, you have to understand them. You can ask questions like, why did this happen? Why shouldn't this happen? And take them with you. Not then when you're about to start working with an account, you go back to your members area, you go back to this lesson, and you're listening what happened when this situation was presented, what was presented, right? And what did these guys do? How did they resolve this problem? Then maybe you can present those solutions to the business owners. Sounds good? Yes? Yes. All right, sweet. Okay, guys. Who ruined the cake? It was my cake. Look at that. That's horrible. That is
Looks
so
more
bad.
looks more like a donut now, Raf.
Yeah. It's deflated in the middle. Look at that, guys. So what does this mean? This is a metaphor for something that we live with day in and day out as sales professionals. We are the last guys to touch. So here's the metaphor. So think about these guys. So the company is a team of people that are in the kitchen, and they try to make the best possible cake in the world, and they want to present it to a few of their guests who are people. They love these guys, and they want to look really good with these guests. What happens is that there are a few people in the kitchen. They buy the ingredients. They make sure they are the best ingredients, or what they think is the best ingredients. They throw them together. They get the recipe. They have all these set up, right, the procedure to do it. And once it's ready, or once they start to mix it up and have it all ready to start to be cooked, we are the ones who put it in the oven. And we are the ones who take it out of the oven and present it to the guests, the honored guests. That's what a sales professional does with a funnel. That's exactly what happens when you come into a company and you've been given crappy leads with a crappy training, with a crappy boss, or with a crappy partner you're working with. And all this situation enrolls into you just not hitting your targets, your KPIs that we just talked about. And then relationship suffers, and then you are a bad closer. That's what you are. You just can't close. Really? Is that what happened, guys?
Like the last person who touched it broke it.
Yeah.
But that's what funny thing is, that's what my dad used to tell me about stuff. We would have electronics out in our house, like the radio or like something in the kitchen, and I would be playing around with it and it would break. Yeah. My dad would point to me and say, "You broke it because you were the last person who touched it."
Yeah.
It wasn't because it was faulty equipment. It was because you touched it last.
Yeah, that's right. So here's something to think about, guys. How can we make sure that we are not put on that losing position from the very beginning, just because we are the last person to touch the equipment? just because we are the last people to put the cake in the oven and present it, right? How can we make sure that we are not doomed to fail, and then having the situation in which we are told that we can't close and we feel bad, and then we start doubting ourselves, and then the self-sabotage begins, and all the lower self starts kicking in, and then we just think that maybe we're not made for this. Okay.
Got some good responses here. We've got accountability, checking numbers. We got feedback and communications. This is Patrick.
Check numbers daily. Set clear expectations. Diligence. Yes. Playbook. Yes. Yes. Okay. So one thing, we can't give you the experience, guys. We can't give you, we can't close for you. But what we can do is we can share with you what has worked and what hasn't worked. The best practices that we have been able to implement. We're gonna share the horror stories with you. We're gonna give you a little exercise here. Okay, so be ready. Let's see if we can move on to the next slide. Okay. All right, cool. So in terms of the, before we do
Rafael,
that, I don't know if you want to take a break.
Yeah, maybe we should take a quick 5-minute break, and bio break for those of us who have been holding it, and then we'll come back and then we'll do a role play, and this time we'll try to flip the situation around and assume that we have some good account managers on the team here, and we'll show you guys what that looks like. Sound good, guys?
All right, let's do it. 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Yeah.
All right. So make sure, of course, as always, that you grab something to drink. Make sure you move a little, move around, get some energy in that body. Yes. And let me know in the chat, what has been your biggest takeaway so far? And then we are going to refresh our memory real quick. But first, I would like to know what has been your biggest takeaway or aha moment. I see Shang says step-by-step process. The cake. All right, I see everyone is typing. The importance of due diligence. Yes. Heidi says, make sure all docs are ready to go. No show is our responsibility too. The 5 phases. Yeah, actually, let us go through those again. Who can tell me the first one? Let's see, who's first? Come on. Yes, William. Yes. The pre-close. I see Bogdan says, biggest takeaway, HTC has so many HDD, high-ticket dating, gold nuggets. Yeah, yeah, it's true. It's true. It's always, that topic always seemed to come up. All right, so what is phase number 2? Yes, Adrian. That's right. All right, so let me see. Number 3. Yes. Okay, good. Now, if you haven't done so already, make sure before the instructors come back that you grab something to drink. Make sure you stay hydrated. And if you haven't done so already, if you're sitting down the whole time, just stand up for a little. Make sure you move around a little, because If you're sitting down the whole time, I bet your legs are starting to feel a little bit sleepy. Maybe you're kind of feeling a little sleepy yourself. So make sure you just stand up, do some movement. If you can go outside, just take fresh air and come back right away. Yes, Q, push up now or jumping jacks. All right. Now we still have 2 more phases to go. So who can tell me what phase number 4 was? I see William says, yes, Adrian, build relationships. Build a long-term marriage. Well, maybe. All right. Now quickly make sure, of course, as always, you share your takeaways within the Facebook group after class. Just make sure, go to the Facebook group immediately and share with us what you have learned, all right? Because that is when everything is still fresh in your memory. Share your insights with the family because, as always, we can learn from each other. Now, I think the instructors are almost back. So if you haven't done so already, grab something to drink, get back right here. And we are going to start in just a little bit.
All right. How's everybody doing? Everybody grab your water, grab your honey green tea. Somebody said doing push-ups. Who did push-ups?
I hope everyone.
Was it Heidi? Heidi's got some big guns there. All right. Okay. All right. Hopefully you guys picked up a few things from that first segment there. I wanted to lead in after our break here straight into a role play. Now, imagine, let's rewind. Think about what happened in that first role play at the beginning of class. Where did what were some things where, now reflecting through all of the things that Stephanie and Raphael have shared so far in the class, where did we go wrong based off of what you remember on that role play? Tone? Trust again? Anything more clear here after you guys had listened to that segment? No playbook, yes, that's probably true. Less research. Okay. So I would say that for the most part, the reason why we got into a conversation that was in terms of temperature was that cold was due to the fact that we let things spiral out of control. It was probably something where Stephanie hadn't managed the relationship, right, for quite some time. She wasn't on top of her closing ratios, her reports, her information. and she probably there's probably a good chance that she did not take on this client with all the due diligence that should have been done at the beginning. Okay, so we're going to do another role play here. Stephanie, are you up for it?
Absolutely.
Okay, so this time we're going to assume that some of the things that we should have done were done, right? We did due diligence. We signed on a great account, honeymoon phase done. We started closing, and now I'm still the client, okay? And I'm coming back to you because I still have some issues, okay? And I want to see if you can show, everybody here in class to, show them a little bit about how you would leverage the things that we talked about just now to engage in the conversation with the client. Okay? Does that sound good, guys? Is that a good setup? All right, here we go. So I'm going to ring you again, Steph. Ring, ring, ring.
Yes, hello?
Hey, Steph, it's Rich.
Hi, Rich. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. I just I figured I'd just give you a call here before my next meeting. I have about 20 minutes. Is this a good time for you?
Sure, it is. You would like to talk about something?
Yeah, I just was looking at the reports recently, and it just occurred to me that our closing ratios have just dipped below where we're supposed to be for the last, I think, probably 2 months now. We're still kind of down there, not where we should be. We were shooting for 18%, I think, in the last 2 months, and we're barely hitting 16. So I just wanted to very quickly see what your thoughts were on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Rich. I did observe the exact situation, the same numbers. I was looking at the stats, and I find it was special to see this change with the previous weeks and our previous result, right? The team was doing fantastic, and now recently we did feel a change, right? And I'm glad that you bring that on the call, Rich, because this is really important. And I want to look with you. And do you have time to review that together right now? I want to show you some information, some stats.
That's great. I think you sent me the report last week, but I have that in front of me. I was just wondering if you could, you and I could just take a quick look at that and see where we are with everything.
Absolutely, yes. And here right now, it's on the stat that you receive, you can see the follow-up increase, right? You can see the numbers. And this is interesting because, when I notice a situation that the closing ratio is dropping, the first step I'm going to do is obviously my first instinct is, let's see how the closers are doing. Let's see the closing stats per closer first. Is it a closer problem? Is it a team problem? And, I think about those questions to myself, and I really try to find out what's the issue. And now, exactly, yes, the closing ratio dropped. That's something that I took the time to understand. And here it's really about that closing and the stats that you're seeing. Have you heard about the marketing meeting recently?
Yeah, I mean, our marketing rep has been going to those, and I think what we're seeing, he's telling me that the leads are still kind of unsure of the offer. So I'm not sure if that's playing. Is that something that you're seeing too from your team as well? Like, because what we see is based off of the obviously the spend and the cost per click of these ads, we're tracking kind of the temperature as they come through, but we have a hypothesis that the leads are just kind of cold as they're coming, or colder, I would say, as they're coming through, but we're really not sure. I mean, what are you seeing on your side?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, correct. And then this is something that I observed too, with the talk with the closers and the call recording and all that. We noticed that the people, the awareness on the call is really low, contrary to usually. And this is something that we put into place some strategy right now to come up with that situation. The team came up with good content to use on those calls. we start to nurturing them more and more. And on the last marketing call, what I find interesting is that, you know, the new YouTube channel, the new funnel that we have right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I just want to know more about your point of view. What is the long-term strategy for this funnel?
Yeah, I mean, we literally just launched that, as you know, like 2 weeks ago, and we're trying to build a separate presence. I think we have our main channel is doing well, but for this new offer that we've asked the team to start selling, we don't have enough of the social media presence online. So that's the main idea, is to really get more views on the channel, get people to pass it around, link it back to, you know, some of the content that's already online, and try to drive awareness. But I guess it just takes time. It's not something that happens over the course of 2 weeks, right?
Mm-hmm.
What other things could be driving the closing ratio going down, though, in your opinion?
Yes, I have a question just before that for you, Rich. It's because we're talking about the funnel on YouTube. I'm curious to know if I may ask, how many of the budget have you allocated for this new channel?
Oh, we're doing, I think we're doing a roughly $2K per week.
2K per week, okay.
Yeah, we're spending almost $8K a month.
Mm-hmm. I think it's great. Really, the new funnel, it will bring so many other opportunity for the closing team. I think it's really great. Have you experienced that before when you launched the original funnel, when you launched it, like the amount of no-show and this quality of leads? How does it look like? It did look like when you start?
Yeah, when we launched that one, I mean, it practically was me and my partner closing the leads. So I would say that, I mean, we probably had a good 18 to 20% closing ratio, but it did take time. It wasn't an overnight thing. It probably took us a good 3 or 4 months to get to that level where we were comfortable closing. Yeah, I mean, but that was a while back.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And here, what I was thinking of, do you think it would be great if we can come up with a new content? The teams came up with a lot of questions from the prospect with this new funnel. And the top 3 question was really basic question about the offer. Maybe we can plug that in the current campaign or this new funnel to just make sure that, you know, they can have a little bit more information before jumping on the call. What do you think about that?
I see. So you think maybe taking some of these messages and pushing them back into the actual copy of the campaign to make sure that the prospects are identifying with maybe more with the pain?
That will be a great idea. Yes, and I will say, because right now 55% of the call is really to talk about the offer itself. It's really like, yes. And I mean, if you want, I can share you one of the recording. We have 60% of our call is this kind of call. And does that help you? Okay, do you want some, I transfer you that call?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that, I mean, I don't necessarily need to listen to the call, but if you have a list of those key phrases or words that keep coming up on the calls, maybe those will be keywords that we can use on the copy as we're developing or refining the funnel. I think that's probably something that we should do. But yeah, let me check with my marketing guy, because I'm surprised that he didn't bring it up, but it's something I could probably circle back on. But hey, listen, Steph, I appreciate connecting. And I got to hop off to my next call, but let's touch base again next week when some of these ideas have been implemented with our marketing guy. So we can keep track and make sure that we keep pushing the closing rate back up.
Sure. And during that time, before our next call, what I'm going to do is with the team, we collect all those questions, the information that was asked on the call, and I'm going to share that with them. It's going to help them to see if there's a way we can increase maybe the awareness of the leads. That will help us a lot. But right now, we're nurturing those leads, and we have some strategy in mind to just catch up on the next week with the follow-up to not affect that much the closing ratio for the full month. But let's keep in touch. Yes, thanks for approaching me, Rich, about that. It's great that we connect.
I appreciate it. Tell the team to keep closing and keep their chin up. Sometimes it can be difficult, but we'll get through this, and we'll definitely get those rates up and make sure that our sales are up and the team is closing more.
Absolutely. Let's improve that funnel and make like a good result with that.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Steph. Okay. We'll talk soon.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye. Oh, all right. That was kind of an interesting call we had, right, Steph?
Yes.
Now, I had to deliberately think about it this way. If Steph is already doing a great job on maintaining most of the organization, the expectation setting across the board, I really can't, as a client, I don't have too much ammunition to fire back at her, right, when something is starting to go wrong, because I already trust that she's doing things right for my clients, right, that she's operating in a certain way, that she has a process for training, right, that she has a process for reporting and using information to her advantage. And you can hear that, right? How many heard like tons of statistics on that call? And I'm wondering, Stephanie, did you actually break out one of your closing reports to read off of during that call?
No.
Okay, so you guys can see, right? So the idea is that even for calls that are, here we're just approaching the closing ratio issue, that this can really be a mutual conversation between the sales team and a business owner, or the sales team and a marketing team. It doesn't have to be one way, especially if we look at this as a long-term project together. You can see kind of the tonality that I took with Stephanie was more of like trying to figure out what was wrong, trying to work together on it, trying to be optimistic and think of solutions, right? And that's the way usually good accounts go, because every account has its day where it's performing admirably, like really, really great. And then there are always going to be days where the business owner worries, right? Worries about sales, worries about the ad budget being too high versus the amount of sales we're getting in, the return on ad spend, right? So that's always going to happen. But if you, just like we said, lay the foundation, if we lay a good foundation for those conversations and those expectations, these kinds of calls are going to be easy for you, right? Stephanie, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. And I would like to share some good practice that I developed along the way, because I face many difficult conversation. Not easy, but one tip that I can share that always work, it's really don't be defensive on the beginning of the call. Agree with them, and also own ownership and responsibility of what you have not accomplished correctly. Just take responsibility on ownership too when it's on you. You don't have to redirect everything always, but sometimes you have to be aware that some can be part of your responsibility. But okay, now what are you gonna do now? Like what's the next step? Came with a solution when that happened. It's really to be clear, like, yeah, it was a hard week. Really, yes, I agree. Don't hide it. Like the numbers are there. The numbers never lie. And it's really to see a solution together, like always work together with the client or the marketing and always find solution. And when you agree on the beginning, it just removes the defensive. Like, it's like, okay, I don't have to justify myself that the closing ratio is bad. And you can be comfortable to continue talking. And this is one tip that I found useful when I was approaching difficult conversation. And also to address all the kind of questions that came up on the call. Like, I can feel that it can ask me, okay, is it a closer performance, this and that. I was always preparing every objection in my call. I talk about what I did. For me, my first instinct, it was to see the closer's performance. That is the first step, the foundation. But the problem is bigger than that. and we went on the YouTube channel. It's really to prevent those basic questions that the client cannot see sometimes and think you may forgot. But when you address that, you say, oh, okay, she knows what she's doing. And you will just listen to what you have found on your side and work together to find a solution. And sometimes maybe with Rich, the tonality was a little bit different, but usually I paint the vision and I try to bring positivity at the end of the call, just to say, yeah, we're gonna solve that. We did that many times with previous challenge. We're gonna find a solution and work through that and just grow and continue to scale. And that's my vision when I address difficult conversation with the client.
Yeah, that's really good. I've seen this, by the way, guys, I've seen Stephanie do this over and over again, have difficult conversations. And then we go back and we talk about this, right? It's not easy sometimes. And sometimes do we always, Stephanie, do we always have the information ready on that call?
No. And sometimes we don't have all the information because you have to talk with a specific closer or a specific member, marketing. Yeah, sometimes you don't have all the information.
So in that case, what are you, can you share with everybody here, what are you telling the client to help them, to help buy some time so that we can gather the information?
Yes, it's really, you take the information, you're glad that the client is taking the time to approach you about this issue, and you set up a call to go deeper in the subject and take the time really to go over everything. And you, in that position, you're more aware, more prepared to go on the call when you set up a call especially for this situation. But what you can do is really to say, let me get back to you. Simply, you can say that to the client when it's missing critical information. But usually try to set up a second call. That's always my trick, what I'm doing.
Yeah, and it's a great thing to maybe let the client know that the reason why you want to set up a secondary call is you want to make sure that you gather as much information for them so they can understand what had happened or what's going on in the business, right?
Totally, yes.
And instead of jumping to conclusions.
Guys, we had an interesting question here by Edward. And let me read it out. It says, so what if the client is really anxious about getting results today because of cash flow issues? What do you think, guys?
Yeah, so let's assume that what Edward is talking about, this is a great question, by the way, I like it. Because we've seen this before, right? This is a problem because when clients are dumping in tons of money in ads and they're having trouble getting the closes from the sales team, they're always worried about cash flow, right? Should I spend my next dollar on this ad, or should I just turn off ads altogether and just let the closers work through that quote unquote warm email list or that warm contact list, right? We've seen this before. I think it's we have to ask. From my point of view, Edward, I think we have to dig a little bit deeper about why we're in the position we are, right? Because so first of all, how bad is the cash flow issue? That's one question. But really, when we look at return on ad spend, which is really the engine of growth for any campaign that should be working, is there a return on ad spend, right? How big is that return on ad spend? Because we can see ads fluctuate anywhere from, we've seen numbers like some ads are just, you can't even recover the cost. Some ads are giving you 3 times return on the spend. So, for a business owner to look at cash flow and be worried about it, it's either, I think it boils down to return on ad spend. That's one thing. But then the second thing is we need to understand the reason behind why it's happening. Right? Mm-hmm. When we can get to the reason, we can figure out what the appropriate solution is. Their anxiousness is kind of beside the point, in my opinion, until we get to the reason why things are looking the way they are. Then we can look at ways to solve it together. That's the way I view it. Your thoughts, Raf?
Yeah, this is a very very common problem, guys, especially with smaller companies. One thing though that you want to, it's the same cake story, guys. Like let's say, why are they having cash flow issues? Why is that? Is it, if you have cash flow issues and then they want you to solve the problem, it could be either because of the cost of delivery is too high or the cost of acquisition is too high. Both are very easy to track. So if the cost of acquisition is too high, that's something that you can resolve in this marketing meeting. If the cost of delivery is too high, then the business model itself is not right. It's not working. What is that got to do with sales? Nothing.
Not
It's got
necessarily
nothing.
anything. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's again, same, the cake story. So the question
And
is,
especially you make a good point, especially if we're on a commission only model.
yeah,
Performance
exactly.
only models, right? So that doesn't impact them. And again, this is a good conversation. If they're trusting enough to have the conversation with you, that's a great thing, right? If they're willing to talk to you about it. But the again, cost of acquisition, return on ad spend, I think is probably one place to look at. I think there's some people like to say there's like three main things that make this system successful. One is the offer, right? The offer itself. What are you trying to sell? Then it's the sales team, and then it's also the marketing behind the offer, the campaigns. It's still not, it's not a two-person tango. It's probably like if you have a poor offer in itself, that could be something that destroys your cash flow as well. So you really have to look at it from several angles.
Yep. And it's very important, the questions that you ask. That's why we're here, guys, right? That's why you took time from your day to be here. What if you ask these questions to the business owner? So if he comes there, right, and let's think about the role play, and says, Stephanie, why, I mean, I'm running out of money. You got to start upping up those numbers to 20%. Otherwise, I'm going to run out of money in 1 month. Let's say that happens to you guys. And if they feel that it's a cash flow issue, then you can ask questions that will put them on a situation they can rethink the whole business model. They have to. But basically it means that you know what numbers are in your control and what numbers are not in your control. With questions like that, okay? So let's look at that. How much was the ad spend on YouTube? How much money are you planning on investing on this new offer before you start seeing the returns? How much are you going to take on increasing the ad spend before you have a red flag or Facebook or whatever channel we're using bounce you, right? All these questions. Okay, and if the problem is not there and it's on the delivery side, then you ask them, okay, so what's the margin you're working with right now after CPA, right? Okay, well, I'm working with 20%. Well, that's a problem. Then no amount of sales is going to change that, because the delivery side is in trouble, is in red. And then the guy goes like, I never thought about that. Maybe they haven't thought about that. And that's how you become a trusted advisor. You say, okay, maybe you were charging too low. Maybe that is a problem. What if we charge $500 more, $1,000 more per offer? What if we start advertising in this channel that is bringing us cheap people that we can't close? Then you start, basically, it doesn't become anymore a sales problem, but it becomes a company problem that you can solve together.
This is why a strong business acumen is also important, to understand what's happening above just the sales, like all those good questions that Raphael just bring up. These are excellent questions.
Yeah, is this helpful, guys? Or I want to know if it's helpful. Knowing these questions, being able to redirect. Yes, you taking notes?
Here's another difficult. I want these guys to see the diversity and the difficult questions. So imagine that your client comes to you, and let's say you guys had negotiated like a 20% commission, but to expand on Edward's question, they come back to you and say, oh gosh, my cash flow is tight, the economy's down. Can we go ahead and share the burden of this tough time? And can you go ahead and lower your commission rate? Right? What do you say then? Can you go from 20% down to 17% for me? Tough.
And that happened.
That actually happened. That's right.
Yes.
Yep, Bogdan dealt with that recently. That's a tough question. Now, I'll let maybe Stephanie spill the beans, but did we end up, we had that exact conversation, did we end up lowering the commission?
Wait, guys. If I may suggest, let the guys here in the chat answer what would they do.
Oh,
Let's see what they would
yes.
do. Yeah.
See, a few people are typing.
Heidi wants to go back up to 23 afterwards. I love it.
Oh,
If they're still around. If
Patrick
they're still
says
around,
something.
Heidi.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true.
Patrick wrote, how do you think your closers will react? Do you really think they had been more motivated to produce results?
That's a good redirect. I like it.
Sean says, how can this fix a long-term problem when your margin is still low? That's a good question. Just make sure that it's actually the problem is that, you know.
Bobby's is great. I like Bobby's.
Yes. Bobby's saying, is 3% really going to solve the cash flow problem? Big one. Good.
It's useful, and I think you guys are getting to this really too, is you're asking questions to get down to what we call like the root cause of why things are happening. If you try to patch a problem without understanding the root cause, you may end up, in this case, you may end up lowering your margin and then also losing the client because you haven't solved the real problem.
Yep.
Right? So
Okay.
that's something you don't want to do.
Steph, you want to share the story?
Yes, I can share the story. Actually, we had one account that was asking directly, like, can we lower our commission? If I'm not mistaken, it was 25 to 20, something like that. And he asked limitedly that possibility and asked if we can just lower the commission. Because right now the marketing, the ad spend on this account was costing so much money, and I think, I don't know if Buckley is here, because Buckley can really share that story about this account particularly.
I don't see him here, so it looks like you may have to share the rest of that story with us.
Oh, okay, fine. Yes, and this client asked to lower that, and in reality, this we knew it's not gonna solve the problem. Like Rich said, let's go to the roots of the problem and see what's really going on there. And even if we have changed the margin, they will be stuck with the same problem. The funnel was not correctly done. The offer was not created yet. There was a lot of issue actually that was not working, that no matter what we have put as commission, no offer, no funnel correctly built, was the point, right? But we came up with a great idea that maybe Rich, you would like to share what we have done on this account? Or maybe if you want add more details about the situation too.
Well, I think it's important to, well, yeah. So this is a great example of where obviously as a business owner yourself, let's say you're running this team of closers, you want to explore all the options and understand the root cause first, right? So in my experience with working with Stephanie, the first thing that came to mind as I heard about what was going on with this account is, you know, it's almost never a commissions issue. It's always something else. And that was what I was suspecting. So we went back and this is an account where most of the offer was presented and delivered in what we call face-to-face training, right? So can you imagine what had happened in the last 3 months to all face-to-face type trainings and events? They all pretty much dried up, right? They went away. People who originally thought that they could go out to a local place and get trained by somebody on a particular skill set were reluctant to even sign up. So for this account, I think we worked with them to a certain level to encourage them to look at the online transition, just to go from offline to online, and then change up their pricing model so that the closes could continue to roll in despite kind of the overall macroeconomic situation, right? So I think when we took a look at that, I think Buckley and Darren did an excellent job kind of working with the client, and problem solving together was really what had happened. And so they were able to start coming in and rolling in with some closes for this new offer, and thereby kind of averting the whole dialogue around commission changes. So that's just one way to, and it's not pushing back for the sake of pushing back. It's because there's more than one. To the business owner, sometimes they're just looking at the quick fix. You guys know what I mean? Like, what's the easiest way to get some cash back? Okay, let's take it away from the sales team, right? Or let's chip it off of the commission rate, right? But sometimes when they do that, they're actually spinning their wheels in the wrong direction. You want them to think about how to generate revenue, not necessarily how to cut the costs. Because again, what somebody had mentioned here in the chat is how do you think the closers would perform with a lower tiered commission structure, right? So it might have, like Bobby's, absolutely, it might hurt more than it might help. So sometimes it's more of that abundance mentality that you need to bring to the table to allow the business owners and your partners, whoever you're working with, to think about, hey, there's probably more than one solution than to just cut costs, right? Cut costs here, cut costs there. That's useful, but can we drive revenues? Can we change the offer up? And that's what happened here with this particular client. Cool.
All right, let's keep going.
Keep going.
Okay, guys. So this is what we were talking about before. So we're gonna talk now about 9 most harmful problems that we have found working with accounts day in and day out. Different types of accounts, different industries, different personalities, different teams, different structures, different things, right? So now we want to share this with you. We want you to be prepared. Again, goes back to the art of war, right? We want you to be ready. We want you to, we're gonna do a little exercise here. So be prepared, please. I know in some places it's late. It is for me as well. So if you can make sure that all your senses are up for this, this is gonna be good for you. All right? Sounds good?
Those of you are getting a little bit later in the night, what I find helpful is to stand up or do like Heidi does. She does a bunch of push-ups, right, Heidi? And that immediately gets the blood flowing. So what you want to do is, because you guys are in the intake mode right now, so Raphael and Stephanie are going to share with you some really, really good stuff. You guys want to take it all in. You got to get the blood flowing. So let's do it. Let's do it.
All right, let's do it, guys. Okay, problem number 1, poor marketing. Poor marketing, guys. So, you know what we're gonna do here? We're gonna break it down in 4 things that we've seen this problem manifest. And we're gonna talk a little bit about the stories. We're gonna do the same for every problem, yeah? So we're gonna share the story, which is usually a horror story, and then we're gonna ask you, what would you have done in that situation? It's clear? All right. Okay, cool. All right, awesome. All right, guys. So, okay, so poor marketing. This could come in many forms, and it could be like 10 forms, but at least these 4 we've seen a lot, a whole lot. All right, so be ready. The first one is to have low lead volume. Low lead volume. What does that mean? This could vary. This could vary because of the size of the deal. Like for instance, if you're closing a real estate deal, usually the number of appointments you're gonna get per week is less. If the amount of money it grows, if it's a multi corporation deal, then you're gonna get less leads. But this is a good like ball game, like a ballpark estimate of what you could have in terms of appointments coming in your week. So if you have, say, less than 10 appointments per week per closer, I'm talking the guy who closes at the end, then you have a low lead volume, or you have a lead flow problem. That's also another way of calling it. It could go back all the way to the beginning of marketing. It could be because of you have a problem on the scheduling problem, or on the scheduling part, so on the FCC side. Maybe you have a problem confirming people like we saw before, or you have a show up ratio problem. But that's a good way of, that is a very prevalent problem that we've seen, low lead volume. The second problem is a low leads quality. Low leads quality. And this is a key thing for us to understand, because many people differ. Like there is quite a bit of an argument what constitutes a good lead and how do you determine what a good lead is. So what we did is we created a document that is called a lead score. A lead score. So the lead score, I'm not gonna be able to share it here because it's just too big of a thing to go through, but we're gonna put it on the members area for you guys to review. What's gonna happen is, what the score is for is that when you begin the relationship with the business owner or with the company that is contracting your services, you gotta understand whether they have a lead score or not. If they do have a lead score, then we gotta use it, and we're gonna give you a template that you can use to compare. Is their lead score any good at all? Is it covering and is it comprehensive for all the things that we have managed to determine that are important or not? And if they don't have a lead score, then can they agree with you to use it from the beginning? So you can determine properly the quality of your leads and you're not blamed for the cake. Let that sink in, guys. Does that make sense? Yes? Okay, cool. All right, cool. So we're gonna give it to you. All right. The third thing that we've seen is misleading marketing. Misleading marketing. This is it's a very sad story, and I'm gonna let, is Buckley around, Rich, or are you gonna share this?
I think he was trying to get back in. Oh, actually, he is in. I think I see his name here. 1 second here. Buckley, if you can hear us, can you raise your hand on Zoom? We'll kind of unmute you for a special share. There he is. I'm gonna. Buckley, are you there?
Yes. Hello, guys. How's it going?
Oh,
Hey,
hello.
Buckley.
Okay, let the party begin.
Good to have you. Good to have you. Right. So Buckley, you had a great deal of experience with managing different accounts. You have a very interesting story to share with us about misleading marketing without revealing the name of the company or the owner. would you like to share that story with us? And then we're gonna let our audience here think about what would they have done in that situation.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, you know, kind of the story before the story very quickly is that, you know, we always want to do the best job we can vetting the client before we sign on to work with them, right? But unfortunately, sometimes you can have all the questions in the world. Sometimes you get one that slips through, and this was one of those. And this particular client was a little bit, I mean, let's just say it, she was crazy, straight up crazy. And unfortunately, she slipped through the vetting process. But we began to recognize things were not quite right as she wasn't showing up to meet, you know, the regular meetings where we need to interact with her to let her know what we're experiencing on the phone so that she can make the tweaks in the marketing and the lead generation, you know, to bring the right prospects to the calls. So kind of the last straw, let's say one of the last straws was, in this particular case, was that it was brought to my attention that her Facebook ad, she had one Facebook ad, and this particular ad was telling the prospects that they were going to get on a call with her directly. You know, she's the face of the brand. So a little bit of a mini celebrity within her world. And so they were excited to get on a call directly with her, which is what they were told in the ad, and get basically free advice in her industry from her, directly from her. Like she was going to comment on their situation and give them exactly what to do. Now, of course, that's not at all what was going to happen when they got on a call with somebody from the sales team. They were going to actually get on a call with a closer, not the client. And the closer legally is in no position to give the kind of advice that she was offering through the ad. And so there was a complete lack of integrity in her marketing. So when that came to light, it was like, hang on, we have to draw the line. And we had a very serious meeting, and we said, look, this will not fly. We're not going to do this. We're all about, number one, we're not about tricking anybody. We're not here this is not a cash grab. You know, we are here legitimately to help people with a problem that they have in their world that we can solve. And if we're not legitimately seeking to help the people that we encounter, then we are in the wrong business. We need to quit.
All right. Let me stop you right there.
Yeah,
so we don't spill the beans completely. All right, guys. You got the situation here. What would you have done? And then Buckley, then you can explain how do you handle the situation in the end?
Sure.
What would you have done?
By the way, as you guys are typing away, I see several people typing at the same time. Buckley is one of our rock star managers of these accounts, and he has seen the worst and the best of our accounts as well. So we're still, I'll say it again, very, very privileged to have Buckley to share straight from the horse's mouth exactly what has happened in some of these accounts. Thanks, Bucks.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you, Bucks.
Thank you.
All right, let's see. Let me read them out. They're coming now. Patrick says, set the expectations clear right away when you notice it. That's one. Joan says, change the ad. Chris says, got them to change the advertising. Okay. Check their ad before getting the account. Huh. Chloe. Okay. Next is, need to have a correct marketing message to right the wrong. Edward says, ultimatum, be honest or we're not the right company for you. Adam says, find out what's happening, and then if they don't change them, fire them. Okay, so what ended up happening? What was your way of handling that situation, Bucks? And then what was the end result?
So in this case, she was pretty dodgy. She was not someone who takes ownership, not someone, not a person who's full of integrity. And unfortunately, she had the wacky idea that anybody who gets on a call with a closer is closable, even if that person is literally in prison. And that actually happened. Even if that person is in a country that she legally cannot service, that person in her mind should have been closable, even though she'll tell the closer not to close them because they're in the wrong country. This person was legitimately crazy. So it was not a normal situation. We did very firmly. Now let me set the stage. What you want to do in a situation, no matter how crazy the person is, no matter how way off base they are, as A players, guys, ladies, we want to go in and genuinely seek to serve this client that we have made an agreement with to be in business with. Now, we want to do the best job that we can in serving them. And at some point, it will get to the point where it's like, okay, we are out. But first, have that meeting, firmly, but with good intention. Explain the situation and don't shy away from the facts. This is out of integrity, and I'm not saying you did this on purpose, but this is what we see, and this is not what's happening. So this ad has to change. That is non-negotiable. This ad has to change. And so she did slowly work on making some changes. In this particular case, there were other things that were obviously not working. So what we finally ended up doing, should I mention statement of work?
Yes, just no names, but yeah, everything else,
Sure.
Of course.
Sure. So what we ended up doing finally was with the closing team leader, we put together, and this leader did a brilliant job. We put together every bit of data that we could that plain as day illustrated all of the hard work that we had done on our side, all of the times that we had shown up, all the hours that we spent working on this woman's account, all of the closes, how many prospects were clearly not qualified for very obvious reasons, not any opinion, but based on facts, like, for instance, they're in a country that she legally cannot serve, things like that. So that we presented all of the facts, including things like, all the meetings that she ghosted us on, meetings that she had agreed to show up on and she just wasn't there, and no warning or anything, things like that. So bottom line, we're showing in very, very objective terms, no opinions. Remember, no opinions, no excuses. We're not playing victim, but it was pure facts. Like, this is how many calls, this is my closes, and so forth. So she could see plain as day, in a way that's as irrefutable as humanly possible, that we've done our part and you have not done yours. And that conversation, of course, is a very touchy one. You have to handle it very carefully, very diplomatically, and say, listen, we've talked about making these changes. These changes haven't been made. Unfortunately, we're at the point where we're not going to be able to continue working with this account. Now, if something happened and she kind of came around completely, we might give her another chance, but that's extraordinarily unlikely in that particular case. And sure enough, in that case, that's not what happened. So we exited that account, and it was a great thing.
Yeah, and a couple of things. I don't know if you guys noticed, but Buckley had a statement of work. Actually, he built a statement of work out of the data that he had been collecting for a while. So it's very important that if there is a situation in which you get to that point, you have the evidence to back it up, but you don't start building that when the situation gets bad, right?
Correct. Yeah, you want to have, every time your client does anything that's out of line or that's just off, you want to make sure you screenshot everything, keep all of your recordings, you know what I mean? And keep these things in a safe place where the client can't get to them, so that you have that backup, as Raphael said, if you need it. Now, hopefully you never will, but you're protected if you do. And this is really for your own sake as well as for the sake of your team.
Absolutely, and John is saying something very important here. Even walk away with style, because guys, here, like, yourself, you have an own personal brand if you're working with a company. And if you are part of a team that is coming in as a contractor, you have a brand to stand for. Even if you walk away, you gotta walk away as the professional you are. You present it to this person. If let's say there's a commission in the air and they do a back charge, and you have to handle this with PayPal or with any other company, what are you gonna use? They will ask you for documentation. That's something that you could use. Well said, Bugs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. All right. Next, horror story. Unproven offer. This is something that is very close to your heart, Rich. You want to share with us what happened?
Yes, this is a story that keeps giving. There's so many, it's a story within a story. And actually, guys, I mentioned this at the beginning of the call. This is the account I was talking about that was originally offering, it was a digital marketing company, and they originally offered what's called like a full service digital marketing agency, right? So it was a done for you service, whether you had to create Facebook ads or write a set of emails, they would just do everything for you. And at the time we had signed up for the account, and I was the leader on the account, it was apparent to us that we were closing for this digital marketing service, right? It was a high ticket close, margins were there, the offer was nice. It was like a 20K offer, right? Something like that. And as soon as we got onto the account, we started training for it. The business owner decides to do a 180-degree pivot. What do I mean by that? He shuts down the whole agency. And he shuts down the whole agency because he wants to go into coaching. Okay, can you imagine that? Actually, we have Aaron. Aaron, happy to have you here. If you want to add color commentary to this, you're welcome to. Aaron was also on the account. He came in a little bit later, but at the very beginning, it was absolutely a done-for-you service. He did a 180 pivot and turned it into a coaching offer where he was going to coach people how to offer digital marketing services, and decided to change the price point a little bit and decided to create what's called like a trust funnel, a 4-stage funnel, and mimic it after the HTC funnel and things like that. So he did this, and at the end of the day, it was not a proven offer, right? Even though he was an expert, he had no social media presence. He had a nice funnel that he invested almost a month of time filming and crafting. But at the end of the day, has this offer been tested in the market? Nope, not really. And that's the deception. I would say that you know, there's nothing we could do. We were how many closers? We had like 4 or 5 closers on this team, and that is the situation. That is what happened to us at that point in time. So what would you guys do? What would you guys do in this case if you were the leader, not the closer? What would you do if you were the leader?
Yep. Let's see what kind of answers we get in the chat. Thinking time, guys.
Dr. Choi says, I would do what Rich did.
Okay, Aaron, you can't play this game, right? Everybody else, yes.
If you ask Aaron, he'll probably tell you he and I and everybody else on the team did learn a lot from the account. But I'm curious, like, what would the conversation look like for you guys? Beat him up? Minnesota, pretty far away. Couldn't find him. I'd have to fly out there. Why can't we close for his coaching business? Sean, that's a good question. We tried to close for the closing business, right? The reality is the offer wasn't proven. So there was at least probably another 3 to 6 months before we would have seen any solid closes. You know what an improvement offer is. It's basically the client doesn't know what's going to go on with the marketing. He doesn't know how much he's going to spend. He doesn't know which channel is working the best. right? That's the situation.
Let me read a couple of answers here. William says, have a call with the business owner and say that we might not be able to go off with doing this. Okay. Have a heart-to-heart conversation with the owner. Okay, same answer. Let's see. Contract needs to expand as you're also doing the first sale and the offer experiment. Okay, just talking about making sure that you're compensated for that. John says, I would immediately stop pursuing customers and have him address the agreement. Let's see, what else? Adam says, tell them, I respect your decision to change your business, yet we did create our working relationship on a different basis, and the current conditions don't work for us this way. How can we help to make sure this becomes proven unworkable? It's an interesting answer. Basically, they are paying now. They are now paying you for the 0 to 1 experiment rather than closing a proven thing. Edward says, okay. So, Rich, what did you do?
Man, it was hard because we had so many people on the account. I mean, to be honest, when you're put in a leadership position and you want to see everybody on your team fed and give them a fair shot at closing, it's almost the most difficult decision you can do because people are relying on this income, right? So tough decisions have to be made by leaders, and that's what we did. We called on a stopping point. I believe it was a December timeframe, if I remember correctly. Maybe like the second week in December, we said if we cannot close, if you're going to spend this amount of marketing, we're still not closing this new offer you've got, we are going to exit the relationship. And lo and behold, December came around. We were not closing. We used every single trick in the book. You can ask Aaron. We tried we had really high quality scripts. We did like a
yeah, maybe tell us a rundown of the things you did so people it kind of sounds like we're exiting the relationship as a result, but it's not like that, right? We do things before.
It's not, and I'm jumping to the conclusion just to let you know that some of you guys already mentioned it. We have to exit. What we did before we exited was we helped them write really good sales scripts, which we showed. They had another person who was going to help us do some of the outreach. So we even wrote the script for the person to do the outreach, so you could use that. We developed the PowerPoint presentation that was supposed to close the clients, pretty much all on our own. We did that ourselves. We tried multiple different sales tactics. We had, Aaron, what was it called? It was something like the loop back pricing model, where you go down the list and you keep trying to downsell like 6 times until they would just eventually buy. We tried that, with the clients. None of that worked. I mean, it was a combination of offer, market, and just, I would say, just poor advertising, poor marketing. But we tried everything. We were in marketing meetings every week. I think we checked off everything in the box, but we had to call it. We had to put a stake in the sand. Here's the day we're going to stop if nothing happens, and those were the conditions, and that's what we did.
Yeah, absolutely. And John is saying, so you created his entire marketing and sales strategy. Yeah, in a way, yes, you did, because he had the responsibility, right? He felt responsible for the team, even though it was a situation that he couldn't prevent because they changed the offer. But at the same time, we as professionals, and same goes for every ultra high ticket closer, we engage to do the very best for our clients, like Buckley said. And unless we play our hand the very best possible way we can, then we just don't call it quits. So ultra professional, that's right. Yeah. Awesome. All right. Problem number 2, lack of accountability, guys. This is very, very, very important. And here is a situation where we deal with this situation pretty often as well. And when we talk about accountability, we have this preparation. We've gone through different programs to have the mindset right, make sure that we have the right accountability. But we gotta understand that many people out there in the world, they haven't gone through that. And when we come and play like in a level playing field between a business owner and a closer, or a business, or an executive and a sales professional, then we have to account for that possibility. So there are situations that we've encountered where accountability, it's assumed from our side, because we think like everybody else has been, has the same level of ethics, but not quite. So I'm gonna let Stephanie share a story here about the business coach that she worked with, and then we're gonna see what we did. Steph?
Yes, I was on mute, sorry. Yes, let me start the story with the site. Really, this was a special situation. It was an account that started great. Just to give you context about this account, it's the client was doing the marketing, and it was a client, and it was doing all by himself. It was a small team, and we got closers on the team. It was doing well at the beginning, but at some point, as you may notice maybe with your own opportunity, when the COVID hit, things changed. And as a marketer, he decided to implement a lot of things at the same time. But the problem is, when you implement too much change at the same time, it's difficult to see what works or doesn't work, and it just built so much thing at the same time that you have to dig and find what's the real issue with all those change. And at some point, it started to escalate in a different scenario, like more difficult with the client. The communication was getting harder and harder. We were not able to understand what was the strategy behind the marketing and where the leads coming from, what kind of marketing strategy was implemented since X time of, by example, it was 3 months that we didn't know what happened really. And we experienced the change on the leads, on the call. The closers find out that it was not the same, and the people were like, the leads were colder and colder. A lot of no-shows suddenly, and we try to find out a solution and understand better the marketing, like let's work together actually. But every time the conversation went to, okay, when is the next close? How much money is on the table? Almost like he doesn't listen, like the feedback from the marketing, doesn't care, doesn't ask questions. And as a marketer, you would like to hear the quality of the leads. What kind of prospect are you attracting? And is it working, not working? All those kind of questions. But the only one that was important for this person, this business coach, was, okay, how many closes coming in? But when we were saying it doesn't work, it was like, what do you mean it doesn't work? Everything is fine. I provide you a lot of leads, and a lot of leads. Let's see in the chat, if I say a lot of leads, what number does that represent to you for closers? A lot of leads.
Yeah, now,
I'm curious to see.
Now they know, right? They can't say they don't know. So what's the problem with that statement?
300 per month.
Well, can you imagine if Buckley went back to that account and just said, you did a lot of this or a lot of that?
For yes, us. There you go. Yeah, so they got it. It's a relative term. It's a problem.
Yeah.
Steph?
Yes, and actually the numbers that this business coach was referring to, it was, I bring 30 leads this month, qualified leads, but only 12 show up.
That's funny.
Yes, and the thing is, it started to be a difficult situation because the anxiety on this This team was getting higher and higher, pointing finger instead of finding solution, and really put the closers on the spotlight. Like, why are you not closing? Like, this is the worst thing to do on a closing team, is to put pressure on the closers. It ruins the mindset. It puts scarcity. They will try to close every calls. This is the last thing to do. And as a tips, if this situation happens, the client is always supposed to deal that with the leader or the CSM, depending how large is the company, and never directly with a closer, never. This is not a good thing. And with that situation, I don't know if Buckley is still on the call, because this was something that we worked together. It was really special. But at the end, it's really never take any accountability on the marketing, never acknowledge like the lack of quality or the low volume, nothing, always a closing ratio. And just I hope you're ready, because I'm gonna tell you a big punch. The closer on the team, it's superstar closer. They are performing like really, really well on other accounts, like really good closer on this account. This is where it doesn't match.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's the kind of situation that we
All right.
face.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, so she laid it out. So we have the team. You are the leader. You get a really good closer, and you have this situation in your hands. What do you guys do? What do you do? Actually, maybe say that given some context about the price points, Steph. So,
Yeah. Okay.
how much was the package? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a 5K package, mainly downsales. Something that I have to give, it's like creativity and the way creating solution. But you cannot just create offer to create so many offer. You have to work on the marketing. If the first one doesn't work, you cannot just duplicate what doesn't work, you know. But yeah, it was a 5K offer coaching program.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay, let's see what they say. Let's see what you got to say. Okay. Setting expectation up front. How many leads do they need to deliver? What's a qualified lead? Is it possible to effectively scale marketing? Okay, William is saying, ask them what did they change? What's going on? Have a call use the data and report it to them. Okay, have a call, use the data and report it to them. Tell them what they have a problem, that they have a problem. If they don't change, they get rid of the relationship. Bobby's saying, have an open conversation and ask them if the closer is no good, how come he's producing awesome results in other accounts? Yeah, pretty good answers. Okay, let's see if we have somebody else. I would ask the business owner to involve themselves more in creating content that helps better educate and qualify and deliver on the right amount of leads for expected ROI. Okay.
Yeah, interesting, but for this client particularly, everything is perfect.
Marketing was good.
Yeah.
I mean the materials. All right. So, okay. Tell us, Stephanie, what did you do?
Yeah, this is a particular situation that we add the data, the reporting, the stats, and And at this point, it was really, we tried many things, right? I think Raphael, you were part of that too at this point. And Buckley too. But this is a situation that we tried to bring a lot of solution. And we even did more than just closing, like we're trying to bring creative idea, help this client, but it was never enough. And the thing is, at this point, even if we tried to explain the situation, it was the first reaction. It was no. This is not what it's supposed to be. Every lead, a little bit like the other story that Buckley shared. It's every lead are closable. Even the no-show, even the cancellation. This is your job. You have to close everyone. Everyone is closable. Yes, and it just doesn't make sense. But at this point, there are so many things that was not working. Even if we came up with solution, we tried to solve it. At this point, it was just like we have to end it. There was no other solution. There was no collaboration. It was not really a partnership. It was more like starting to feel like you own me, but we don't own. That was a kind of a situation that was happening on this account.
Yeah, and something that happened as well there, that was a key, and that was something that kept coming up on the conversations, right? We were saying, we have, how come we haven't closed at least 50K if I'm sending you 20 qualified leads per week? Or how come we haven't closed 100K because I've sent you 100 qualified leads per week? And if you look at it, then how many people were actually getting on the phone? How many people did actually know what they were calling for? Very few. So that's where this third point comes into play. Words matter, guys, a lot. So when we start a relationship, what do they think it's a qualified lead in their terms? What's a lead, actually? There could be more than one definition for lead. Is it the person who gets on the phone? Is it a person who shows up on the phone? Is it just a name on a list? Now you know better because you've taken Ultra, UHTC, but many people don't, and there are so many names out there. So, and what does it mean to have a qualified lead? Can you get them to agree to use a lead scoring system, and they can sign off on that, and you can sign off on that, and then every marketing qualified lead, it's actually qualified by you and by them. Steph?
Totally, yes. To come up with something like that, but sometimes it just doesn't work, right? Like when the qualification is not okay or done correctly, stuff like this happen. And sometimes for a marketer, when is doing his own marketing, it's hard to say I fail. They want to say everything is okay, and we don't have anybody else to refer to in the company because it's the only one, and it's hard when it happened. But yeah, we took a decision to end this collaboration. It was the best move that we can do. We always check all the possibility before doing that decision, and in that case, there were no direction. It was the amount of work for the low quality of leads, the low volume, the anxiety, mindset game. It was not okay to continue. That we took the statement of work and ended. Yeah.
What do you think would have saved the relationship?
That's an excellent question. Do we check with the chat first with everybody?
Let's see. What do you think would have changed the relationship and saved the relationship, actually, based on what you know so far? Let's see. It's coming up. Tell them to do what they did before. Okay. Lead metrics in the statement of work. Open conversations and alignment to understand the lead and marketing. That's a good one. Stephanie?
Yeah, and I love what William said. That's something that we talk about really well, like what was working and what is not working. We really go in all the direction possible. But the thing here was the expectation was not realistic. By example, like saying my model worked like 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago. The market changed. The prospects are more educated, sophisticated. Their need change. You cannot keep the same model for X amount of time. You have to evolve, to grow, to adapt, change your strategy. Doesn't mean because it works 2 years ago, it's going to work again. And even with the new change, the macroeconomics, everything that we're facing right now with the COVID, no, you have to pivot fast, really. You cannot repeat the same thing. But definitely here, what could have changed to make it work is really open conversation, understanding, not pointing finger, open communication, transparency, accountability, action, maybe like a action plan, okay, deadline, set expectation with a deadline. And just to follow that, to make sure that, okay, we're gonna work on this to make this situation happen before, for the next 8 weeks, let's suppose. And then just do a summary at the end of that to see is it working or we're in the same position.
So set the accountability right for a period of time and making sure that we hit a target during that time.
Absolutely.
Nice. Rich, I think you wanted to.
I think I see Buckley with his hand raised. I don't know if Buckley wants to chime in here. Let's
see. No, I think that was raised from a little while ago. Let me see. Oh, so I can unraise. Sorry about that.
No worries. You're good. You're good. All right. Third big issue: lack of clarity, guys. Lack of clarity. Questions are: what roles do you play in the organization, and what's the role that other associates with you, like with respect to your role, play in the organization? That is so important, and we're gonna hear a story again from Stephanie about the coaching account.
Yes, lack of clarity. This is important also, because when you're making decisions, strategy with the closing team, or even you want to understand what's going on with the marketing for the closing call, it's great to know what's going on the marketing side and also in the business, in the organization. Let's suppose the client wants to change the full offer, but you're not aware it's going to add some new feature, you don't know it. It's important to know that, the clarity of what's going on. But an example that we can share today, it's one of another account. We got the weekly meeting with the client. It was always the same people on that call, but one day random people show up and just jump on the call with the closers and the client and start asking questions like, oh, you do this, or you do that, okay, tell me more, and just disconnect and leave. And after that, we were like, okay, who's that person? Oh, it's somebody. And the client said, it's just somebody for marketing. He's working on a project. Okay, we don't ask more questions. We say, okay. But as another meeting, another people that we don't know about jump in and start asking other kind of questions. Oh, what about this? What about that? Ta, 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 ta. But it started to be weird. Like, okay, who's those? How many people are working on the marketing? Are they salespeople? And we start to look online, like during the meeting, like, okay, who are they? And it was so confusing. Like we don't understand at all. And we try to ask questions, redirect, but it was so not clear that after 2-3 times, another meeting, another random people appear and ask for some documentation. I said, whoa, okay, we have to stop this. It started to be confusing, ridiculous, and we don't know what's going on, and I have the team asking questions about that, and say, well, let's figure this out. What will you do if you have a meeting with a client and the closing team, and so many people jump in, but you don't know what are their role in that company? And how do you feel also? Yeah, how do you feel?
And actually, that didn't happen once, right? So it was several times.
Yeah, for a certain period of time, yes. And exactly, it started to become a funny call, like we don't know what's going on, and it's annoying, absolutely. Like you start to feel like we're not in the loop, we don't know what's going on, and it starts to be like, okay, like am I sharing information for people who are going to replace us, or is it the marketing? Is it, who are these people? At some point, I decided to call the client, and we have a serious conversation about that.
Wait, just 1 second. Don't give it away. Don't give it away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what they say. Ask them what they're trying to achieve by doing this. I would confront the BO. I don't see what they mean. Sound like somebody is doing due diligence on your company. Are you for sale? Okay. What is the purpose of the conversations? Okay, I'll stop the conversation and I have a one-on-one direct talk with the business owner to verify all that what is going on. All right. What did you do, Stephanie?
Yes, and that's something that you cannot just act random on the meeting. You still have to go through the agenda. You don't want to alarm anyone. You have to continue that. You can redirect, ask questions, but the answer was always weird. And we decided to not continue further than that, and to solve it outside the meeting. And I decided to call a client, and I expressed my feeling. I really say, you know, like, as I noticed, many people start to jump in. It's great to see many people involved in their company, but I would like to understand more what are their roles. Like, we don't understand. We never heard back from them. Are they gone? I asked questions about those people, and it was like, people just helping for the marketing and all that. I said, okay, but like, how can we be more productive together? Like, if those people are to jump on a call, just let me know in advance. I'm glad to help. I just need to know what they need, who are they, what's the purpose, and I can prepare more content and something really more complete for them instead of answering on the spot. I want to provide anything that is useful to grow the company. But at this point, if I don't know who they are, what's the purpose, I'm not well prepared to give them what they need, and it's just not helpful for anybody, right? And he said, yeah, you're right, and I'm sorry for that. And I expressed that I just want to understand, I want to help, right? And at the end, he decided to not invite anybody on the meeting anymore without a good presentation. And also he informed me like what was the purpose of that. And he explained that it was a secret. It was doing a special project. And when he told me what it was a project, I did understand. And I said, okay, that makes sense. But without that conversation, this will keep going for a long time. And now I understand that the clarity is key. And it helped me to prepare everything that he needs if it's something that is a special project or whatever. But now we solved that, and it was just a good conversation. I'm glad to help, but please keep me in the loop. Let me know, and I'm gonna work with you to make this happen. That's what we did.
Awesome stuff. So guys, here the takeaways from this experience is always know who are the players, because this could damage the relationship. So this account was not gone, right, Stephanie? We kept it, right?
Sorry?
The relationship was better after this
clarification,
right?
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
So not all are horror stories, guys. I mean, some of them are, but it doesn't turn out to be so bad in the end. So yeah, the relationship. Would you say the relationship got strengthened after this episode?
Absolutely, because it showed my professionalism. I put my frame also like I'm here to help. We have to talk more often. Let's have a good conversation, exchange some updates. This is really what helped and positioned me like, okay, like I'm really serious and I want to add value, like let's work together.
Nice, nice. Awesome. All right, let's keep going, guys. Problem number 4, lack of communication. So I'm going to share some of a particular story I went through personally. And it was a very interesting story because we had a really good, we had a good launching phase, pre-launch phase. We did a really good due diligence. The business owner was pretty helpful, a very well-established entrepreneur, and we had a good relationship. So for about 1 month, we were preparing the team. We made sure we went through all the steps, right? We did have good documentation to go through it, and we made sure that we had a good understanding of the product. We run through different versions of the product to make sure that we were aligned, that we knew what we were talking about, and we launched we kick off the starting getting the calls, right? So what happened is that there was a group of SDRs, and they were setting up the calls, and we were having the bookings coming on, and finally what should have been a good lead flow, or about 5-6 calls per day per closer, turned out to be more like 1 or 2, and that was one. And the other problem was that for some reason that happened for about a month, I think. No, not a month, maybe 2 weeks, 2-3 weeks. And then the calls started to ramp up. It was getting better. So we were having from 2 to 3 calls per day to 4 to 5 calls per day. So that was good. However, we couldn't close. So I think we did maybe 2-3 closes for the first 3 weeks that we were doing it, which is not zero, but it's not good either, right? So anyway, so for a while, we were asked to block out a part of our schedule to make sure that we were getting a certain amount of calls. Some were booked directly with us. Some of them were scheduled in advance, like for instance, 2 days before, right? But when we got on the call, prospects were particularly cold. And I experienced that myself. Sometimes I was going through a different types of approaches to close, right? I was using the inbound marketing approach. I was using more like a downsell approach to make sure they knew the other offers. I tried many different ways, and so did the team, right? But they were not getting better at all. And for a while there, we had periods of time in which we didn't have any calls, but I was still going back to my recordings and trying to understand why wouldn't I close. So I would listen to it, and in the end, like after doing some, like trying to get my awareness right, or is it my closing skill that is a problem here, or is it just, the whole situation? What is really the problem? So I was listening to my recordings, but I couldn't really find something that I was doing particularly wrong, and I was getting a lot of recordings. I had a lot of recordings, so either I was completely messing up the whole thing, and so was my team, or there was something else. So I needed to understand what happened, but at that point I was already having the business owner on me like every week, right? Asking me why weren't we closing if we were supposed to be, you know, among the best closers in the world. So let's say, guys, that you find yourself in that situation. What would you have done? Let's see what you got to say. Ask them about the process, how they get their leads, what is their foundation, etc. Okay, that's one answer. That's from William. Let's see. What objection is coming across about all closers? Leads were cold, Mohammed. Leads were very, very cold, particularly in the beginning of the conversation.
Patrick just wrote, adjust goals and manage expectation.
Asking why are the leads not so friendly? And that's a good one, actually, John. And I did ask that, and the answer I got was, well, they shouldn't be. They shouldn't be unfriendly. They should be friendly because they know me, because they have been in my list for a while, and some of them have met me in person at different events. So there, I didn't really get an answer from him on that. Let's see. Bring up the challenge. Ask if their lead got their USA or not, because seems like a problem. Be unclear on the marketing message. I'm not sure I understand that suggestion. Maybe say it in a different way, Shan. Bring up the challenges to the business owner, also saying what I have done so far for X amount of time, but I still didn't solve it, so I want to bring it up to your attention and see if there is something we can discuss something else. Okay. That's a situation in which a communication can create a cliffhanger moment. I would focus on better educating and preparing the leads prior to getting on the call. I would even do an exclusive access to book a call only after a webinar or training session. All right, yeah, I like that, Boga. That's pretty close to what happened. Let's see. Qualify the leads. That's simple, but maybe you want to elaborate on that, Sonia? It's good. It's good though. Unique selling advantage, Shang. Ah, yes, I got it now. Let's see. Let's see what else. The expectations were not communicated, right? Okay. Yeah, this is not an easy one, guys, because this is not as obvious as the other ones where the business owner is terrible, right? This was a good one, and there were leads that the leads, in theory, were not bad, were not supposed to be bad. So what happened? What happened? Maybe even ask the client on the phone, are you here for more information or a deep dive into the program services? Yep. Okay. Value not provided enough to audience. Somehow, yes. All right, so let's see. What did I do? So since we were not having, for a period of time, we're not having a lot of calls, and the owner was supposed to say, okay, so this should be good. Why aren't they happening? So what I did is I found out that the system that we were using for recording calls was not was not just recording my calls, but it was recording everybody's calls, right? So I figured if they're recording my team's calls, that means that we can also browse from the whole company's calls. So I requested an access because I was curious about, there is something missing, right? So if the leads are supposed to be good on one side, but then when they get to me, they're cold, I was thinking there could be two possibilities. One, there was too much time between the moment they became a lead until the moment that we got on the phone. That was one possibility. Or there was something happening between the moment they were a lead and the moment they got on the phone that they didn't like. So what I did is I started searching through the records, and I found that there were not all leads. They had been there for, let's say, less than a month. That's not really an old lead. Old lead is a year-old lead, right? That's an old lead. So that was not the problem. The problem was in between the moment they became a lead and the moment they got on the phone. So what I did is I was using this system to start researching what was happening on the call with the SDRs, because my team directly was not doing the SDR part, but somebody else was doing the SDR part. So I started listening to dozens or even hundreds of SDR calls, many calls, because many of them were like 2 seconds calls, 4 seconds calls. The longer ones were 1 minute calls. So I had to listen to many calls to find out that the expectations were really poorly set from the beginning. The first problem we had was that the SDRs were telling the prospects that the call was going to be with the business owner. The prospects were not asking for the business owner on the call with me or with my team out of politeness, I guess. Like, they were polite and they didn't want to say that, but clearly there was a downer situation. It was disappointing for them not to be with the business owner who they met in an event before. They wanted to see the same guy, right? Who was the face of the company. So that created a clear lack of a clear poor expectation for us. And so you would think, right? So why are they doing that? The problem is that since we just started, the business owner had not properly communicated with the SDRs that a part of the calls were not going to be routed to him directly, but to us as a team. So they couldn't have set the expectation right from the beginning because the communication was not set right from the beginning for them. So as soon as we changed that, they started changing the speech. And once they did that, then basically the calls were started to get warmer. That was one thing that we solved. The other situation was that from that research that my team and I did, we didn't find just one issue. We found like 7 issues, different types. And you know, guys, because we've been doing SCCs now for a while, and you've practiced this in Ultra, they were not following certain standards. So in the end, what we did is we took on the responsibility of doing the SDR part. There was a lot of improvement on the quality on the leads, and that account, after that first terrible month, hit 100K in sales in about 2 more months. And we were able to grow the team and have 2 SDRs and 3 closers. So that was a really good turnaround for an account that really started so slow. So that is the lesson I wanted to share with you guys.
This is very powerful.
Yeah, I don't know if you have any comments there, Rich.
It's a very good example of an account that was well managed from end to end, and with the ability to access the call data. I think that saved the day. I mean, imagine if you had a situation where you weren't able to listen to another team's recordings. You would never know. You never know.
Yes, and you get into the blame game. That is what we were talking about before, but yeah. So
that was great.
Awesome. All right, so other types of communication that you want to be aware of is financial changes So it's the company losing money, is really the margins are going downhill, and if that is the case, then you're going to be pushed for more revenue, and you need to know that. Have the company goals changed? Are they growing right now, or are they keeping the existing revenue? Are they having delivery issues? This is something that we were talking about before. You want to be, as a closer, as an SDR, as an account manager, you are not just dealing with marketing. You have to deal with delivery guys. You have to deal with a support team, because you need to know whether what you're promising is actually being fulfilled. If it's not, absolutely this is going to come back to hurt you. So this is another form of communication you're going to be engaged with. It's not just you are part of a closing team and that's it. It's absolutely not good for you or for anybody who is in the relationship. Sounds fair, guys? Is this useful? Yes, 100%. Okay, so you want to get your hands on recordings, guys. You want to get your hands on meetings. If the company has a weekly meeting where everybody attends and there are announcements, you want to be part of that. At least if it's not the whole team, maybe one of the team members, and bring up the news to the rest. Very important to keep your hand on the pulse of the company and all the communications flowing. Otherwise, you're going to be playing for the bad K, guys. All right, so not all the stories are bad. Okay, cool. Commissions invoice issues. All right, so we've had here a bunch of problems as well. And this is something that usually we don't think about because it's not about selling, right? This is after you sold and you're celebrating, right? You post your boom on the Facebook group and you're just about to celebrate, but things could happen after you close. And these are some of the things we have, particularly national tasks, VAT, currency issues, bank account issues, traceability issues. So who closed the actual sale, right? Was it marketing? Was it a self-liquidating offer? Or what happened really? And was a self-checkout offer? And also, how are we doing with the refunds and clawbacks? What are the policies for that? How far after you got paid your commission can you be responsible for a refund? All those are questions that you want to ask. You want to put in an agreement. You want to make sure that you handle properly from the beginning of the relationship. And we have a story here that Rich, I think you're going to share with us about the VAT.
Yeah, this is a very interesting. I don't know how common this would occur in actual practice, but certainly it is a very good example of expectation mismatch. So we have an account that is run by a closer that's in the United Kingdom. So anybody here actually based out of the UK? See if anybody's here from the UK. But as you guys know, UK has a tax on services and products. Tax is 20%. Now, the original status of the account was that the closing team actually did not have to invoice a 20% national tax to the client, to the business owner. Okay, it was because there was a change in the way the company was registered. There was a registration change. So now, since they're based back in UK, now there's a 20% tax on top of every invoice that was being issued to the client. Now, the client, of course, could claim the tax back, right? Could have that tax deducted, but it would take another 3 months before he could do that. Is everybody following me here? Okay, so here's what's happening. The team that normally would bill the client, so the closing team leader, normally every month would send an invoice to the client, right? But now the new situation, that invoice has an additional 20% on it, and of course the business owner was not happy with that. So the situation is the tax has to be paid by the business owner somehow, okay? And he's not happy because there's a cash flow issue because he's having to come up with 20% more cash on every invoice to pay to the closing team. Now, how would you guys negotiate or navigate this kind of a dialogue? And what kind of ideas, maybe you guys can post any ideas that you want. So this was a recent challenge that we had. So it's pretty fresh in my mind. So I want to know what you change your country. I like that. That was the first thing. That was the first thing. Change your registered company back over to the US or to Canada.
Yes, I like that.
What else? What other ideas? Again, this is kind of a business acumen question as well, right?
Yep, very important, guys. Let's see, protest. William, come on,
No.
you can come up with something better than that. Let's see. Where would you put it? Like at which point would you handle this and how would you handle this?
Hire a tax consultant. Yes, ask somebody who actually knows. Lawyers.
It's not an easy situation. This is a good challenge, I think.
Let me give you guys some
everybody.
numbers. Okay, so let's say the closing team was closing 100K, right, for the business owner, and 20% of that would be what? Let's say that the commission rate was 20%. That's 20K, right? So the closing team leader would, at the end of the month, send the bill to the business owner, 20K. Now, imagine the business owner, instead of paying that 20K, has to pay an additional $4,000 on top of that, right? Now, if his finances are good, that might not be an issue. But in this case, he was kind of not happy with that. Felix is in. I love it. 50-50 split between closer and the business owner on tax. Love that. We'll talk about that in a second.
Bobby's saying negotiated 10%, delay in to be paid after 90 days.
Mm-hmm. I like that. I like that idea too. Biden says, this is why I have a dream team. Yeah, of course. Now, if you don't have a dream team, you might do it this way. You guys ready? Okay, so some of the solutions have been mentioned kind of here. So we sat down together with the business owner and we said, hey, let's have a conversation around this, because we know on one hand, you know, this account is doing well. We've been closing higher and higher numbers for this account every month. So we know that we want to make sure that this change is smooth for the business owner. So it turned out that we brainstormed a couple of solutions. One of them was to split exactly what Felix says, is to find a 50-50 split between the closer and the business owner, which would effectively affect the commissions of the team. Right, so we take that 20% to try to carve out a portion of that. So effectively, if originally that team was taking 20% commissions, it would be less. Right, that was one solution. Was the team leader happy with that idea? Not so much. Not so much. The second solution is related to what Bobby proposed. So when we talk about, you know, situations where the tax can be recovered through reimbursements, and it takes 3 months, then we looked at using the time as a lever. So how can we delay payments? How can the business owner delay payments to the team leader in an equitable way, in a fair way, right? So we ended up on this solution. We decided that they would still bill for the additional 20% on the invoice, but instead of the business owner having to pay immediately, we waited it out. We said, hey, instead of paying us immediately, you can delay it for 30 days if that helps your business cash flow. Okay, so they could just, the business owner could pay the team leader at the end of the month instead of at the beginning of the month.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so the client was actually happy with that solution. And that's where we landed on the solution development.
Nice. Good stuff. All right. Now you guys know how could you handle a situation like this. It doesn't necessarily have to be on the UK, but taxes are everywhere, right? And more, if you're not an employee of the company, it's probably something that you're gonna have to handle by establishing your own corporation and coming as a contractor. Same if you have a team of closers. Same if you're working for a closing company like Closers.com or something like that. So this is something you have to account for in the beginning of the relationship. Or if you can't, or well, it shouldn't be the case since this class, but if you can, then you can use Rich's experience for that.
Bogdan's solution was also there on the table as well. He says pay 75% up front and then 25% at the end of quarter. We thought about that. We thought about actually even for the team that was closing, withholding part of their commissions until end of quarter and just kind of give it to them as more of like a bonus, because with withholding at the front end, it's got to trickle down all the way down to the closer. So we did have that option as well, Bogdan, but we didn't choose that one. So good creativity there.
Yeah, good stuff. All right, let's keep going, guys. Problem number 6, lack of reporting. All right, we gotta speed up the presentation here, guys. Otherwise, we're gonna stay here like as long as Sifu stays. All right, lack of reporting. This is a no-brainer, absolutely no-brainer, guys. Particularly if you are managing a relationship, a long-term relationship with someone. You can have lack of reporting is such a big problem that could end up you not knowing if you're working for the right account, or have a business owner that is blaming you for something that you really have nothing to be blamed for. So that's a bunch of problems. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you something that it's a common problem among us, and you don't want to find yourself in this situation. So what is happening a lot is that usually the relationships are built on target revenue. So the target revenue goal is super clear, but the rest not so much. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna go through a bit of a few numbers that you want to account for when you're talking about what numbers to track. If the company is tracking those numbers, great. Make sure that you can use these to understand whether the levels or the ballpark numbers that we're using tell you if the situation is good or bad, or if they are not tracking it, you can start building a report that tracks these numbers because they're very important. Okay, so let's dive right in. So the target revenue number can become a number of sales units times the package size that you're handling, which can translate into a number of kept appointments times the closing ratio that your team is producing, right? Now you have to average this out if you have more than one closer, or you are part of a team and you need to manage these numbers. That translates into a number of book appointments, and that translates into a lead flow. So all the way from the moment that you establish a target revenue, you can trace that back all the way to the lead flow. These are important metrics that you gotta keep into consideration. So let's look at an example because you guys need to know what usually are numbers that you can handle here. And for simplicity, I know we're talking ultra here, but for simplicity, I just used easy numbers to calculate. Let's say you're looking for a target revenue of 100K a month, 100K a month. And you're selling a product that is only 2.5K, okay? And you want to, which means for you that you gotta be closing 40 units on that month at 2.5K, all right? That means that you have to have in your calendar 200 kept appointments at a 20% closing ratio, which is the same as saying 333 booked appointments at a 60% kept appointment ratio, which translates into a lead flow, or at least an MQL of 1,665 leads per month. These numbers are numbers that we can see on different accounts that you can use to tell a couple of different stories. First, track the numbers and know that you have to reverse engineer all the way from the where's my money question, which doesn't really tell the story, to something like this. So if you're Stephanie and you were in the role play before, then you would say, Rich, hang on 1 second. What are you talking about? So, oh, okay, the revenue is down or the closing ratio is down. Let's look at this report that we have in front of us. And you break it down for them and you say, you know what, Mr. Rich, actually the closing ratio is not too bad. Why is that? Because look at the number of kept calls that we had. People are just not showing up on the calls. So that's a problem. So then the problem is not here. We got to go one step back or one step back or one step back. And you may end up having a conversation about the marketing or the lead flow. Does that make sense, guys? Yes, 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 yes. Yes, okay. Yes, I like this. Okay, so one thing that you have to account for is these percentages are for packages that are, we're talking about here, that is a lead flow that feeds people on a weekly basis, right? We're not talking here about, say, a multilateral agreement between corporations that requires 3-4 months to run. We're talking here about mid-size package deals, more or less. But if we're not hitting these numbers, right? If the kept ratio is under 60 or under 50 or under 40, that's a red flag. The closing ratio is under 20%, that's a red flag. If you're not closing as consistently 40 units, you're not going to hit 100K. If your qualification process for the leads is bad and really, and the number of leads, it's not coming through these at a 10% ratio at least, that's a red flag. Then that means you need more ad spend, right? Or the qualification process is alienating people and not getting them through the funnel. So I know this kind of sounds like marketing, but not really, guys, because it is part of our responsibility. We are the ones holding the cake. We gotta make sure what the hell did they put in the cake so we can bake it properly. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Use these numbers, guys. Use these numbers. Rich, anything to add here? You've been looking at numbers since forever for this account.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, if you aren't a numbers person, and I'm not a numbers person myself, I'll be very honest with you guys. Just through many years of being forced into looking at spreadsheets, I became, if you look at my culture index score, you would know, right? So, but here's what I would tell you guys. For those of you guys who are not fond of looking at this kind of equation initially, just go ahead and put this onto a spreadsheet, because what you can do is you can back calculate all the numbers using the spreadsheet. And whenever you need to refer to that, you can do it right on the spreadsheet. You'll get the number you need very quickly. It's easier than just putting it on a notebook, but whenever you're on a call or whenever you're trying to review the data with a team, it's always useful to have that nearby, maybe on a spreadsheet somewhere.
Nice. Yep.
Yeah.
Stephanie, anything to add on your side?
You cover pretty much the importance of the reporting, and you can easily do that on a Google Sheet, or we need to compile those information, just break it down, reverse engineer, see what you have as a lead volume, and just play with numbers. There's a lot of metrics available, KPIs, but just find what you need, because it can be overwhelmed. If you go too much in details, sometimes you can be lost with a lot of stats, and you don't know which one is important. That's why it's really important to know what's the outcome you're looking at for, and which metric will get you there, like which one is the more important for you for your account.
Yeah, well said. All right, guys, let's keep going. Lack of compliance. Dun, dun, dun. Back to horror stories, guys. Back to horror. I'm sorry. Like, we were lighten up the mood for a while, but then we're back to horror stories. All right. So yeah, I think we got to start with the story, Rich, if you don't mind, and then we can cover these points.
Yeah, I like sharing this story because there is so much learned. And the last time you guys may have heard was in a different class, but this is the story of an account that Bronson and I were on, and Ditas as well. It was a story of us trying to sell a package which was essentially coaching, right? Coaching in various areas. It's actually building. It's almost a high income skill, you could say. 4 or 5 different high income skills all bundled into this huge package, and we would try to sell it, as a closer. On the front end, this offer had a nice 14-day challenge funnel, so it looked pretty cool. People were hyped up by the time they got through it. But this is a story that is a learned lesson, partially on due diligence. So some of you guys may have remembered this story. If you don't do enough due diligence, you may see this, but essentially, what we were selling was the product of a product conceived by a business owner who was previously marked by the FTC as not being allowed to do business in this area again. Okay, so the FTC regulation, there's a lot of stuff around how to advertise about coaching products, especially. They've been monitoring, so the Federal Trade Commission, and especially if you guys are involved in Facebook ads, you'll see a lot of the downstream effects of Facebook ads and ads approvals and things like that. But essentially, for this particular offer, we were using a lot of marketing still in this offer that was not FTC compliant. We were promising making money back very quickly, which is it's a no-no. We were using that kind of regulated verbiage in the ads itself for a short period of time. And the main gist of it is the owner himself was marked by the FTC before starting a similar company that had to be shut down. So learned lesson is, when you look at working with your clients, is not only do your due diligence, but take a hard look at the marketing, as well as all the things you have to deal with as a team leader, as somebody who's leading a closing team. But look at the marketing and see if it looks like something that may conflict with standards in the way offers should be communicated.
Mm-hmm. Maybe tell them the moment that you found out about this, because I think initially you didn't know, and then you found out, and then at that point maybe we can ask them what would have been their reaction or their moment of like their course of action.
This is so interesting, and it's so funny. Like, Bronson peeps his head out on the chat here. We may as well pull him in
right,
as well.
Right in time, yeah, right.
Yeah, he's right on time. It's just like Buckley. So the moment I found out, I think it was a team realization. And this is okay. So this is a great transition, because the previous slide, Rafael shared with you the leads, the amount of leads, how many MQLs need to flow through before we get the number of closes, right? So Bronson and I had sat down with Ditas, and we started spreadsheeting everything out, and we started calculating, actually, something's not quite right with the volume, because for the amount of work we were doing, we were not going to see the amount of closes, right, from a financial perspective. So we started worrying about this, and we brought it up with the business owner. And it just so happened at that time, we were also doing some additional due diligence. And that's where, I don't know if it was you, Bronson, or Ditas that discovered it first, but we saw that our business owner had been written up in some FTC notice from before for one of his other companies. Okay. So I was shocked, of course, and Bronson and Ditas as well. We were shocked, and we got together. We did a huddle together as kind of the 3 leaders on the account. And we tried to figure out, hey, what can we do in this situation? We need to approach the the business owner because there are clearly financial concerns, but there are also the FTC and the whole reputation, right, of this offer. And so we ended up choosing to confront the business owner about both issues. And so this is a learned lesson, right?
Okay, before you tell them, what did you say, or what was the options? Okay, let's ask. Let's ask, guys. All right, yeah, okay. You call the business owner. What do you do?
We're asking them, right?
Yes, of course, yes.
Come on, guys. What's the approach?
Yeah, shush, Bronson. Don't say anything. Let's see. What do you guys say? You find out that they have this report, right? Was there a report on a public page, on the FTC page?
You can search still today. Search the name of the owner and then the word FTC, and it pops up as a report.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Bobby says, yeah, ask them about the case and how the business currently complies. That's a good one, Bogdan. Bogdan says, is this something that you left out on purpose, or something that you thought to leverage to pull us under when it surfaced?
That's good.
Yeah, I think we've got a lot of votes on that one.
Okay, so let's see. All right. What did you do?
Okay. So during the confrontation, I told you guys we confronted the business owner. We decided to start with the numbers first. Okay. So we started with the numbers. Now there's obviously there's something in addition to the numbers not working out. There's something funky about the way we were pitching it. So we decided to confront those numbers first and bring it as a financial issue in the beginning. And then we moved on to some of the ethical messages, the concerns that we had with the ethics, right, of it all. And it wasn't us that actually brought up the FTC issue. I think it was DTAS who did. So it was only because DTAS had a direct relationship with the business owner. So she decided to bring that up. But all in all, it was a progression. So we started off with kind of the more harmless stuff, which is the finances don't add up, right? Somehow they don't add up. So we brought this up to him, and he tried to explain and defend and try to convince us that it does add up. All you got to do is run it for a couple of months and everything will work out, right? So there's a lot of justification there. And then from an ethics standpoint, I think there was a lot of justification as well, saying that the previous company has nothing to do with this current company. Okay. Now, we were very concerned, but by the way, guys, we got a free call through courtesy of Bronson. Bronson had a free call with Sifu, consultation call. So the three of us sat on the call. He invited DTAS and I to sit in on his call with Sifu, and we consulted Sifu on it. And Sifu asked us a couple of clarifying questions. And just very, very briefly, Sifu just said, get away from this deal as soon as you can.
Wow.
And in his words, Sifu said, I wouldn't touch this deal with a 10-foot pole.
Wow.
I wouldn't touch this account. So he basically said, I advise you guys to go ahead and leave the account, right? Mm-hmm. And there will be other opportunities. And the main reason behind that was behind the ethics of it and him actually being tainted with the previous FTC history.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So don't think, there's another hidden lesson here is if and when you are closing for an account like this, which promises the world, and you don't have anything to fall back on, like for us, we would put all our eggs in this basket, right? We did all the training for almost 2.5, 3 months, and we decided to go full force, create a team, and try to close for the account. If you have nothing to fall back on, it's very scary, right? because you don't know if you give up this account, maybe you could still make money if you stayed on the account, but if you give up this account, then you have to do the whole thing over again. So
Yep.
from a mindset perspective, you have to be ready for that as well.
Well said. Well said. And Bronson is saying, I believe I was able to calculate that for the numbers to work out, we would need between 7 to 8 billion people to sign up by the end of 2 years, requiring us to find more projects off the planet. See, that's the thing. So absolutely right. This is crazy. Now, if we go back to this slide that we were reviewing together, not this, but this, that's exactly the reverse engineering we're talking about. The question is, when do you guys do this? Are you gonna wait, right? And have months or something like as bad as an FTC regulation or report to come up? Or is it a red flag already by the moment we start working and you have the first interview before on the pre-launch, as Stephanie was talking about? So this is very, very important. It could save you lots of time. Okay, horror story number 7 that was gone. All right, so yeah, we gotta make sure that you know the market. What are the fundamentals of the market? What kind of competition you're talking about? Is it a dog eat dog situation where you're in? What kind of competitors do the company you work for have? What are the industry standards? For instance, are you working with special regulators or special standards for different industries? Pharmaceutical, for instance, communications has a different standards as well. Electronics has different standards. Software have different standards. You gotta make sure that you know what you need to comply with, and also the government regulators, and see what what kind of reports. FTC. What about the Better Business Bureau, Rich? Is that something that you also review, or we should also advise to review?
You can certainly do that. Some of the newer businesses, I would say, I mean, we're typically avoiding the super new ones anyway, but definitely the newer businesses sometimes are not registered on the Better Business Bureau, but any established business should have a rating on there for sure. I would check that as well. Certainly LinkedIn profiles, activities on, engagement and traffic on the website, things like that also help to produce a case to say, hey, this company is actually a company that does good business and has been doing good business for a long time.
Yep. Well said. All right. Let's keep going, guys. Almost there. All right.
Let's do it.
All right. Problem number 8, lack of documentation. So many problems here we've had, particularly with these 4 pillars, I would say, and these can be four things that we need to use in different ways. So I'm just gonna run through them, guys. No horror story for this one, but we're gonna ask you to please, when you do your due diligence, and you have to use these 9 problems that we're giving you to do your due diligence, make sure that you have a checklist for this. All right, a red flag, not having SOPs. SOPs or standard operating procedures are super important for you to know what to do. For instance, a relationship can break if, for instance, you are supposed to be doing something, but you're not. How would you know unless that you have the business owner next to you? And even then, how would you know what you're supposed to do and what you're not supposed to do if the company doesn't have good SOPs? Initially for sales and marketing, but then for operations as well. How do you transition a customer after you're done with the close? How do you handle the personal data for the customer? What do you do with the credit card numbers once you have them? What do you do with the data of the recording, of the call recording? All these are SOPs you need to know. How do you handle that information? It's super important. It could happen that you are not following a procedure, but you just don't know because there is no documentation for it. No training materials, and this is very common as well, particularly for companies that are SMBs with under 50 employees. No training materials have been created because there was no need for it. There was just a bunch of people that were in the same place and talking to each other. Well, that's not happening anymore, right? First, either because you are working in as a contractor, or because for COVID-19, everybody's working from home, right? And we need to get contractors. So those training materials must be there. particularly if they have a product that is complex. So think SaaS, for instance, requires absolutely different layers of material or material training. So it will help absolutely with your closing ability, but also when you're selling, making sure that you are actually not promising things that are not available, right? And so that's number 2. Number 3 is no call recordings. This is something that probably can be tied back to the other problem of not having a proven offer. If the offer has not been sold, what recordings are you going to be having? None, right? And if the business owner says that you are having a lot of issues to close, then how do you know it's yourself and not the offer, for instance? How do you know what are the most common objections that you get? Of course, if somebody was closing before you, you need to have the call recordings. If, for instance, there is a situation like we were talking about before, that you have a closing team that is leaving the company and you're coming in as a quote-unquote rescue team, right? You, even if they don't like them, even if the relationship was broken, you want to have the call recordings. You need to know what the problem was, and you want to listen it for yourself. It's not enough that you get on a call with the business owner and you ask them, why are you firing these guys? Okay? So far so good. Are you following, guys? Yes? Okay. Okay, let's keep going. So no CRM, that's another problem. And before we didn't think that was a problem, it turned out to be a problem. Like after so many accounts, after so many problems that we have, not having a CRM is a big problem. Even with having all these previous 3 components, not having a CRM is a problem, because a CRM has something special that the other 3 don't have. What is it, guys? What's a CRM good for? Automation, yes. Yes. Customer history, yes. Statistics, tracking, paper trail. Sonia, you got it. It's the paper trail that we're interested in, particularly for this point, right? CRM is great, no question about that. Has many benefits, but for documentation, you want to have the paper trail. What's a paper trail? It means the trail of what happened, right? You want to know what happened before. So once you have these things, guys, you have the paper trail, you have a documentation, you have an SOP, you have the recordings, right? And it is important that we can have this trail of what happened on the CRM, right? This digital trail of what happened. So with these 4, you're safe. If you don't have them, guys, you're gonna get yourself into trouble. That I can tell you about. All right, and point number 9, or problem number 9. This is the last one, guys. This is the last one. This is probably the hardest to swallow and the hardest to deal with, because it requires us to look inwards. Okay, so let's look at that. Lack of sales performance. So it could be that all these 8 problems are not there. Really, you're working with a great account and still the results are not there. So what's going on? What's the problem? So the first thing that you want to understand, and this is pretty obvious, but have to say it anyway, you have to understand what is the root cause of the issue. And you have to be able to determine if the problem is inside or outside your control. Okay? And this is tough. I can tell you this is really tough. It requires tough conversations. So the first thing that you want to do when you want to deep dive into the problem is you want to understand if it is a team performance or it's just your performance. Is it a team performance or is just your performance? That is the first question that you want to ask yourself. Okay? So let's see. How do you deal with this? Okay, so if it's you, what happens if it's you? So here are a few things that you can do, okay? And these are some things that we've just learned from experience, guys. Things that we've tested in the trenches, right? And we bring it over to you because this has happened, and we want to be sure that you don't go through the same problems. At least you avoid some of these pitfalls. Okay. So the first one is you cover the basics. You gotta go to the training. You have more training that I don't know who else has, what other closest in the world has as much training as you do, with all the opportunities that you have. You want to attend the class, you want to attend the masterminds, you want to ask the community, you want to be engaged with the community, you want to have the ego aside, and you want to make sure that you are not missing out on things, right? Sometimes it gets hard to do because you've gone through the class so many times, right? Or you feel like you know already, quote unquote, you know already, and you just start missing out a class here, a mastermind there. You don't engage as much in the community. Maybe you like here and there, but you don't comment anymore. No more videos, right? How many of you have feel that sometimes it's kind of hard to keep up with everything that we have? Yeah. Yeah, me too. Yeah, exactly. Human beings. Yeah. Me too. Yeah, it's hard, particularly when we have the if we have the masterminds on a Saturday and I'm really tired. Yeah, absolutely. It gets hard. But then, if I was to make a decision, or if you were to make a decision between going back to the basics, mastering the basics, and spending that extra 30 minutes, that extra hour, that extra 10 minutes to post something, and just not having the results you want. Yeah, so that's a situation that you have to deal with. And the other thing you want to do is you want to work with top closers in the team and play the prospect. You play the prospect, you don't play the closer. And this is a little counterintuitive, guys, because if you're not closing and you want to get good, what do? What you're supposed to do? You're supposed to role play as a closer, right? No, not really. Not in the beginning anyway. Not in the beginning. So why not? Because when you're a closer and you feel that the problem is your skill, one of the things that you probably don't have is awareness. If you have a problem with awareness, then you're gonna keep doing the same, you're gonna keep having the same problems that you have. However, if you close, you play a prospect and you do it, and you start throwing all the objections you've been getting to the top closers in the team, then that's fine. First of all, because you know that they are performing and you're not. Remember, this option is the team is not failing, it's you that is failing, but they're doing well. Okay? Very important distinction, guys. Very important. Okay? So you take all the objections that you've managed to collect from your call recordings, you transcribe it, if possible, please transcribe it. If not, just take the excerpt from those and list down the objections, and you throw in at the best closer you have in the team. All right, makes sense? Yes, makes sense. Yes, 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 yes. All right, cool. All right. Also, if it's you want to work with the top closers in the community, guys. Okay, we have some of the best closers in the world that I've seen. I have the pleasure to work with. You gotta, if you get the answers you want from the community, great. If you don't, just DM someone, tag their names, do whatever you have to do, but get this kind of guidance from top closers in the community. The next thing, when you're thinking that it's probably you, there is a situation here that you have to be careful with. When you measure your performance, particularly the closing ratio, you want to be able to measure the performance not per day, but on longer period of times. Some of us do it per week, some of us do it per month. I particularly do it per month. Many of us do it per week and it's successful, but measuring per day, it's a bad practice we found. It's okay to measure activities per day. It's not a problem. It's great. It's a great idea. Okay. Measuring results or closing ratio, these kind of metrics that we went over per day, that's not a good idea. It's up on different things that are intrinsic to the human beings. Some days are better than others. And if you start looking at the number daily, you're going to have some problems with your mindset. which leads me to the next point. You gotta check your state of mind. When it comes to state of mind, you want to do a few things, and these again are things that when we had a closer, and the closer was superstar, and then all of a sudden, bagel, zero, no closes, 1, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, no booms. What's going on? Like, has anything changed? What happened? And I'm talking superstar guys, right? I'm talking the first guy who hit 100K in our teams like ever, and then disappeared. And then all of a sudden he wanted to take a break, and all sorts of things. So really bad stuff that gets on a person's mind. And these are a few things that we tested with this guy in particular, and it worked out. So the first one was you talk to someone you admire. Not just anybody. You talk to someone you admire because you're gonna have a better chance of listening to what this person has to say, and they're probably gonna have a higher level of awareness than you. The second is you gotta step back for a moment or two, for a day or two, and look at what's going on in your life. What else besides closing is a problem for you? And finally, you want to be aware of the number one closer killer that we have, which is anxiety, because this is a vicious circle that if you expect it to be as consistent on a daily basis, or you make any of these mistakes of not talking to anybody, or not role playing with that closer that is a much better than closer than you, then you're gonna start doubting your skill. You're gonna start doubting yourself for your ability to close, and that creates anxiety, which is fear of what's gonna happen in the future, and that is just a no return game that you don't want to play. Stephanie, you have some good insights on this. I'm gonna let you please chime in.
Yes, the anxiety is really, it's really, 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 it can damage a closer mindset or the team. Really, when we talk about the coaching business, that we got superstar closers there, and suddenly, not only the marketing, but the anxiety was there too. It affect a lot. Like the closers were asking questions about themselves. Is it me? Is it do I do enough on this team? What I'm doing wrong, and it start to affect elsewhere. This is really dangerous for closing team, definitely.
Yeah. I think one of the older accounts, I think it was Florian as well, right? We had some situations like that as well, that the team was irregular closers, or the closing got irregular, but we managed to overcome it with a little bit of this type of techniques, right?
Totally, yes.
Yeah. Rich, any experience you want to share here?
No, I think you guys pretty much covered it.
All right, let's keep going. So, okay, so let's say that it's not you, it's everybody in the team. That's another type of problem. That's a different type of problem. And this is the very important distinction that you want to take into consideration, guys. So if it's a whole team, then it could be one of these 4 things. And again, this is something that we've seen happening, okay? So first one could be marketing changes. And goes back to communication, right? If you know a marketing change is coming, your expectations are going to be different, right? You're not going to have the same closing ratio as you were having before. If you're having a new offer that is improving, your expectation is different. So marketing changes are usually the number one thing that affects the closing ability of the whole team. The other one is macroeconomic changes. And this is pretty simple, but you got to understand that sometimes it's as big as COVID-19, and everybody knows it's in the news. And sometimes it's not as obvious because the industry is changing, because maybe Facebook is cracking down on different ads that were very successful before, but not so much anymore. Maybe the landing pages that they're using are using copy that is too direct, and Google and Facebook are not drawing people to that landing page anymore. All these problems that are bigger to the industry are also affecting the team performance. The other one is seasonal changes. This is particularly prevalent in new accounts. that you don't have a year with, right? So how do you know? How do you know if October is a good month or a bad month? How do you know if in the April it's a bad month or not? So you don't know. Ideally, what you want to do is again not just talk to the business owner and take his word for it or her word for it. You want to go back to the documentation. You want to go back to the CRM. You want to go back to the reports that they have for the year. You can see the year-over-year monthly sales. That's a very important metric to consider on these seasonal changes, year-over-year monthly sale. And then make sure that you can look at the numbers that they had before and compare it to what you have at the given month. And fourth is client satisfaction. Why is this important? Because client satisfaction draws from, it's a little bit farther off from the marketing and sales part, but it's very important because if you are delivering a solution to the team, to a group of people, and you are basically just promising something that they are not being given, then that's going to come back to the referrals, come back to complaints and maybe bad reviews on different sites. It's going to hurt your social proof, the status of the company, and that's going to be a big mess. Okay, so that's some of the things we've seen. All right, and with that, those are the 9 things, guys, that we have gone through, 9 issues, 9 big problems that we've had, we've experienced. What we want you to do is we want you to use those 9 problems to have them as a checklist, okay? And with that checklist, you can use it to, as early as possible in their relationship, understand whether you're going in a game that you can win or you're just playing a losing game. All right, make sense? Guys? Yes. All right, cool. All right, Steph, back to you.
Yes, the last phase number 5. Maybe now you understand better why each phase, a different phase of an account, is really important. With all the scenario that we bring up, how much is important in the pre-close, the first phase, to do the screening. To not came up with crazy people, like the story that Boke was sharing, or account that are not a good fit, and all those important steps that you have to follow to make sure that you can prevent that. How much important it is to set the foundation in the pre-launch phase, number 2, create your sales playbook, getting the information. And after that, the phase 3, to meet with the teams, the client, and to set the expectation, planify the recurrent meetings and ongoing conversation to build that trust. And after that, with all the situation happening, this relationship building bring you to the last phase, number 5, upsells and cross sells. This is important. When you have that trust, you have your frame, you have shown what you can do, you're a trust advisor for this account, you bring a lot of value, you know by heart the pain point, the challenges, you can see like a 360 degree about the account, you know that account very well. And it's a great opportunity to talk about upsells with the clients and cross sells. I have a great example for this one. Actually, does every one of you know what's the difference between upsells and cross sells? Let's in the chat. What is the difference between upselling and cross selling? Yeah, writing. Yes, I see a lot of people writing. Emeralds, come on. I just saw that in the chat. Upselling on the same program, higher level. Cross-selling, different program, same company. Bogdan. Adam, upsell, sell more or better version of the same. Cross-selling, sell something different. Yes, different but complementary. This is really important.
Yeah, Adam's got it.
Got it. Yes, this is perfect. Okay, then there's many ways you can do that on an account. And I want to say why it's important, because it can create more revenue for your account with no marketing cost. It can be increasing the price, it can be adding more offer, more upsells, more downsells. There's many things they can do that will not cost any money for the marketing. And this is also like a win-win situation, because you're gonna benefit from that, the client will benefit from that, the prospect will benefit from that, everybody will win in that situation. And because the trust is built, you have a good relationship with the client and the account, there's a higher chance that the client will say, yes, let's do this, I trust you, you know pretty much my accounts, and you have built this relationship with him. Also, because you see all the problems on a daily basis, you know exactly what is the next step to make this account more performance and also growing. This is a great way to do it. All you can solve situation with upsells and cross-sell. Would you like to add anything to that, Raphael and Rich?
Just answer one question. There's no cost. So what this means is that cost of acquisition for a high ticket offer usually goes about 10, 20, even 30% of the market of the price. So if you're selling to your existing customers a new product that is related or is an upsell, then you basically don't have any marketing cost to acquire that customer.
After all, you did spend the time to acquire the customer and build the trust and maintain that trust throughout your whole life cycle, your whole account management phase. So that all of that investment pays off, because all you got to do is, when the opportunity arises, have a conversation with the customer and see if you can provide a solution to the problem.
Yep.
Exactly. Yes. And one of a great example that we have for this, it's the real estate account that we have. And this account is really, we start from zero. Zero, I mean, like, there was a base, a foundation, but a lot of things needs to happen to make it more successful. And after knowing this account, like from the beginning to the end, we were stuck. We hit a ceiling. It was not possible to continue to move forward or to improve this account. It was stuck. And I knew the solution was to do something different. And this is what I decided to do, is having a conversation, talk about the challenges, what we can do, how fast, and this, before I talk about that, is you have to know really well your client. Like, is he a Ruby, Emerald, Pearl? This is important, because you want to, it's like a closing call. You want to address this conversation like a closing call and make sure you know how to talk to him, this person, to make your point and to close him on this idea. This is important. And on this account, actually, I really knew that he wants to go faster and hit 1 million before the end of the year. This was his goal. And I really lay out the situation. Here's where we are right now, what we have done, and challenge him what kind of solution he has in mind. And after that, offer him the offer. And it was a no-brainer choice at this point, because the build was there, a lot of trust, and he moved forward with HTI, iTicket Influencer Program.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, right there. Awesome. All right, next.
Milestone celebration. This one is often forget, and it's so important. It's really to ask for testimonials, social proof. When you get to that point, when everybody's happy, smiling, there's always a good reason to ask a testimonial. And even you can ask 2-3 times, and there's no limit. Even with one client, you can collect, with one account, I collect 3 testimonial minimum with the same in 1 month, just to tell you that everything is possible. It's just, every time you see an occasion, jump on it. He's smiling, ask him You hit 100K in sales, ask a testimonial. You beat your results faster than usual, ask a testimonial. You got like a feedback from a prospect, a customer, happy, ask a testimonial. There's always a good reason. And don't wait. I know sometimes you say, oh, I'm gonna ask later. No. The next 24 hours is critical. Ask right away. And it was one of my main mistakes. I lost so much testimonial when I start, and I did amazing thing, and it's just too late to ask now. And I have to wait other opportunity, but don't wait. It can be the first call, the first boom. You can be creative with that, really.
Yes. Awesome. Next.
Very good. All right. I think this is a great way to wrap it up, because what we talked about just now was essentially how to build up enough trust, enough of that relationship to really escalate and improve and raise the share of wallet that we talked about at the very beginning of the class. Now, if you think about what we talked about, it actually fits very well. And we can look at this in greater detail now after hearing all the stories, because if you think about it, lifetime value of the customer grows, and you can identify these through due diligence, right? Because a lot of times you automatically put yourself in the top left corner, which is a question mark. You may find somebody or a client that is high growth potential, and you'll be able to find that through your due diligence, right? But you may start out with a low share of wallet. But at the end of the day, what you're going to do is you're going to be pushing from the left side of that top left box all the way over to the right side and turning those accounts into stars, because over time, through great account management, you drive a higher share of wallet, and later those accounts become stars. Does that make sense, guys? All right. So what I want to end with is a wonderful testimonial. And I don't know if you have that here. You and I seem to have a different version. Let me see here.
Maybe you want to share? I can stop sharing here.
Yeah, I can do that. I can do that. 1 second here. All right, so I'm going to share my screen. And let's do the share computer sound. All right, can everybody see this? This gentleman's name is Kenny from one of our accounts, and I'm going to start playing. Let me know if you can hear the sound.
What's going on, guys? My name is Kenny Conwell. I'm the founder of MyMoneyEDU, one of the fastest growing online financial education platforms on the internet. And what we do is we help people with their credit and their finances. And we have a really, really powerful process that we do when it comes to people with their credit. Now, I'm recording this testimonial video for Closers.com and the Danlock team, because I had an internal sales team, but I was really looking to scale my business and have a competent set of people to help me with the sales side of my business. I'm really good at marketing and sales myself. However, I just couldn't be the one, and I couldn't rely on just my internal sales team to help me grow my company, because at the time, some people who were leading the internal sales team had to step up in management. They just didn't have the capacity to continue to manage sales, while at the same time we're growing. We need to do what we need to do. So having said all of that, reached out to the Danlock team, had their consultation, and what they did was they put a closing leader in place, and then they've helped me get additional closers on the account to help us continue to help with getting people enrolled in our program, because it's not that difficult for us to go out and get customers. However, we want to be able to have a really good, competent person to be able to understand our culture, understand our product, understand our processes, be able to grow with us, but then help communicate the message as to why they need to do business with us. And that's what I've been able to experience by joining and locking arms with them. So it's been a really, really powerful run. We got started close to 6 months ago, and because of that investment of me getting it started, they've been able to help us generate over, I think, close to $500,000, if I'm not mistaken, but between about 400,000, we'll hit the $500,000 mark, I would say, in the next month and a half, because of their processes and them really just plugging into my business and expanding what we already had. So if you're looking for a solution to grow your sales, but more specifically, you need to already have a really good sales process and good marketing process. But if you're looking to amplify that and you want to have a good set of people who understand how to close, but just need to understand your product, then I highly recommend that you give Closers.com and then a Danlock outsourced sales team or Danlock Education an opportunity, because they will help you plug into your business and do everything you need to do to get those deals closed. But it's not just the deals that are closed, right? It's not just taking the appointments, because you're gonna get appointments, but then you may already have a database. You may already have customers who need to get upgraded on one of your high ticket programs. And again, I cannot speak highly enough. So if you're looking to outsource this, but you want to still have that feel to where they're a part of your company and part of your culture, this is the solution. Do whatever you need to do. If you're watching this video and you're considering signing up, I highly recommend do whatever you need to do. Sign up, take the call, see if it's a good fit for you. Again, it's helped us tremendously, and I'm just grateful for it. So again, I just want to be a testimonial to this because it works, and hopefully you'll get the same results in your business.
All right. How about that for a testimonial?
Can I hear a boom? Can I
Yeah,
hear
can I get
a
a couple of
boom?
booms in here? Wonderful. Rafael, can you put your slides back up? We just have a couple more.
Absolutely.
And I want to just say, as he's pulling it up, it's really great to see the fruits of your labor. Like, if you're really good at managing the account, and remember, the relationship never stops at the sale, right? Always remember that, especially if you're delivering an ultra high ticket service or product, the relationship never stops just at the sale. And this is what Stephanie and Raphael and Buckley and the rest of the team have been doing for our accounts, and really managing that relationships, managing those expectations so that these accounts can become successful. And this is what we want you guys to do for your accounts as well, where it makes sense. Okay, so does share of wallet make sense now? Hopefully it does, and hopefully it becomes part of becomes a relevant part of your vocabulary as you close bigger and bigger deals for large accounts. All right.
And also, if I may add, make sure to go through these big issues that we've been facing, guys, and use it to your advantage to make sure that you don't get into the same amount of issues that we did. You learn from our experience, and not just, lose a bunch of time and money into this.
It'll save you at least 6 months of time, for sure.
Yep.
For sure. Yep. All right, just a couple of very simple homework assignments for you guys. If you are currently in the market for serving a client, a ultra high ticket client, or you actually already have those clients already, go ahead and get back into the Discord server, right? Pair up with some people. I saw, a couple of you guys reaching out to me for some role plays. I may show up on the server at some point to role play with you guys, but practice some of these difficult conversations. It's not easy when somebody comes to you with a complaint, right, about performance, right? It's not easy to bridge expectation gaps where there's some kind of mismatch at the very beginning. So practice those specific situations over and over, just like your regular closing, until you have those down pat. Okay, so that's one exercise. The second exercise, if you're already working with clients, make sure you create a list of areas where you can improve, and also what are those actions? Like, we showed you a whole list of examples where you can take action and discover the opportunities within those challenges. So what are the actions for your current clients based off tonight's class that will result in a better experience for them, better account management, and ultimately a higher share of wallet? Okay, so those are the two big assignments we have for you guys. We hope that you had picked up at least a few key points from tonight, but this will obviously be back up in our library for you guys to review. Raphael, do you have anything to add?
No, we got it. It was a super long class, but I'm sure people actually, let me ask you guys, did you get value from this? Okay, now do you know, can you tell a good account from a bad account using the 9 big problems that we've seen working with so many accounts? Awesome. Awesome. We're happy.
Awesome. That's great. With that, I'll leave you with the words. You guys are closer than you think.